Ms. Howard, can you call roll, please?
Lee Ballard,
Here.
William Cluide,
Here.
Brian Bordelon,
Here.
Noah Broussard, Kristen Brown,
Here.
Kyle Connell,
Here.
Kim Diagiovanti,
Here.
Courtney Panay,
Here.
David Gallo,
Here.
Adam Gwynn,
Here.
Stephen Heckworth,
Here.
Harvey Honore,
Here.
Curtis Joseph, Donald Lambert,
Here.
Andy Lopez, Gardner Meredith,
Here.
Christopher Stewart,
Here.
Elliot Temple,
Here.
Keith Tillage.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Meredith, releasing the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Starks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tanika Starks, and I'm an Assistant Attorney General with the Louisiana Department of Justice, and I'll be presiding over today's hearings as hearing officer. The board will make all conclusions of law. All that means is they will make the final decision. I'm just here for evidentiary purposes. If respondents are present, please step up to this microphone, state your name and your affiliation with your company. Please silence all cell phones at this time. Thank you.
I need a motion for our minutes for October 16th.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Beavers?
Good morning. We can begin by swearing in the investigators and all the staff. John LeBlanc, Frank Vaughn, Blaine Anderson, Susan McCartney, Kristen McKee, Lori LaRose, Clay Rivas, Joe Anderson, Todd Eatman, Dylan Borg, Ronnie Dawsey, Kerry Morgan, Logan Cockerham, and myself.
Raise your right hand. Do y'all solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
We're ready.
All right. There's no public comment. If not, we'll go ahead and finish business, please.
Albatross CCD Inc. or any representatives present.
Yep.
Sir, step to that one. Yes, sir. Can you state your name and your affiliation with the company?
My name is Guadalupe Marquez, and the affiliation, I'm the president of the company.
Repeat yourself, I'm sorry.
President of the company.
President of the company. Okay. And can you state your last name for me again?
Marquez,
Marcus?
Marquez.
Okay. Marquise. Okay. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Albatross CCD Inc. of Durham, North Carolina is before you today for consideration of an alleged violation for acting as a contractor to perform work without possessing a Louisiana State Contractor's License on the Stay APT project in Lafayette, Louisiana, the amount of $837,512.
Mr. Marquise, how would you like to plead to the alleged violation?
No contest.
Temple move to accept.
Till the second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Call John LeBlanc.
Mr. LeBlanc has been sworn.
Mr. LeBlanc, in front of you are exhibits number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Were they prepared in the regular and ordinary course of business of Licensing Board for Contractors for this matter?
Yes.
We offer the exhibits into the record.
Mr. Marquise, have you had an opportunity to look over the documents?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to the documents being entered into the record?
Yeah. This amount is not, it don't come to my company what it was. There was this,
The documents, Mr. Marquise. Do you have any objection to the documents? You'll have a chance to make a statement, but I'm just referring
No,
to
not
the documents. Okay. No objection. Exhibits are admitted.
Mr. Marcus, try to speak a little louder into the mic. Pull it up. There you go.
okay.
Mr. LeBlanc, in your investigation, did you find that Albatross CCD Inc. engaged in commercial contracting without a license?
Yes.
And was this on an apartment complex?
Yes.
And were they acting as framers on that project?
Yes.
And the total value of the work, including labor and materials, was $837,512. Is that correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Ms. Marquise, do you have any questions for Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes, all these $659, $860. Do you guys trying to apply into my company, or that's just the project amount?
Would you repeat that, please?
This amount, the $659,860, do you guys to apply this like is on my responsibility, or it's just for the project?
Yes, sir. When we figure the value is figured based on the amount of labor that you were paid, and also the cost of the materials, regardless of who pays for the materials.
My company don't buy material on this contract.
Yes,
As
sir.
you can see, we got the contract.
Yes, sir.
The only amount.
Mr. Marquise, do you have another question for him?
No.
No more questions?
Well, that's just no more question because that's not right for
Okay.
to my company.
Well, you'll have a chance to have a statement. Council, do you have any other questions or
Well, let me just follow back with Mr. LeBlanc. So, Mr. LeBlanc, according to your investigation at Exhibit D, the cost for the roofing trust and other lumber for the project totaled $659,860, as indicated at Exhibit 2D. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then, according to the documents also at Exhibit E, Albatross CCD Inc. Labor costs were $177,652. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's how we get to the $837,512. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. No further questions, no other witnesses.
Okay. Mr. Marquise, you may provide a statement to the board. Since you pled no contest, you also may offer an offer as to a penalty for the alleged violation.
Okay. Yeah, I guess.
Go ahead. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
My deal with the company was that we're supposed to work under their license. Now they back it up, and they put me on this situation.
So you started on another scope, you said, and you ended up on this scope?
No, I started with this scope, but when Rycon Construction hired me, they said they got the license and we will not work through their license. And because I told them we don't have no license on the state of Louisiana. So they say, okay, we're going to use our license. And then months later, here we are, we're going to have penalties because we don't have license on the state of Louisiana.
So is the work completed?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Marquez, they completed the project?
Yes, sir.
All right, good deal. And you're saying that they performed about $177,000 worth of work? That's what they were paid for?
The labor portion, yes, sir.
The labor portion, okay. All right. And you're aware of the violation? You understand what the violation is,
Yes,
Mr.
I do.
Marquez?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is it your intention to get a contractor's license?
Yes, sir.
All right. What's the timing on that in your mind?
I would say 2 months maybe.
I'm going to give you a little incentive to do that. How about that?
What's up?
I said I'm going to give you a little incentive to do that. What I'd like to do is what we're here to do is we're talking about licensure here purely today.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we deal with right now. And obviously you're not licensed. If you understand your violation, you pleaded no contest to this. I would propose that we put an $8,000 fine. All right. But if you were to get licensed within 180 days in the proper classification, we'd reduce that fine to $2,000.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Plus costs?
Plus costs, I'm sorry. Always plus costs here.
Condon second.
2,000 plus costs.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Under rehearings, Duke Builders LLC, are any representatives present?
You need a motion?
All right, motion to rehear.
Second. Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Dugai Builders LLC of Jennings, Louisiana is before you today for consideration of alleged violations for failure to maintain adequate records and provide such to the board within 72 hours upon request, and for acting as a contractor to perform work without possessing a Louisiana State Contractor's License on the Jerry Simmons Memorial Stadium project in Jennings, Louisiana, the amount of $81,380.
Sir, can you state your name and your affiliation with the company?
I'm Jacob Dugas, the owner of the company.
Okay, Mr. Dugas, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how would you like to plead to the alleged violation?
No contest.
Temple move to accept.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Call Frank Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn has been sworn.
Mr. Vaughn, in front of you are exhibits related to this matter, exhibits number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Were they prepared in the regular and ordinary course of business of the Licensing Board for Contractors?
Yes, sir.
We offer the exhibits into the record.
Mr. Dugas, have you had an opportunity to review the documents?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to the documents being entered into the record?
No.
Objection, exhibits are admitted.
Mr. Vaughn, according to the documents, it appears that Dugas Builders entered into an agreement to perform work on a commercial project for with Hornsberry Sport Turf Specialist. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the total cost of that project was $81,380. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was a commercial license for which a license was required to perform the work. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Dugas Builders at the time did not possess the necessary license. Is that correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Mr. Dugas, do you have any questions for this witness?
No.
No questions? Counsel?
No additional witnesses.
All right, Mr. Dugas, you may make a statement to the board as to the alleged violations. Any questions they may have, please answer them. And if you would like to make an offer to the board as to a penalty, you may do that as well.
Okay. So I was working with Hornsby, and I thought that they were going to hold the license. Me and him had the conversation about me not having a commercial license, and he had the license to do the whole field project. So I just assumed, without doing any further research, that I would be fine to do the work. And so I did. Also, my son was in the hospital the last 300 days, and I was with him for all of those 300 days. So I am just getting back to Louisiana. We were in Cincinnati, and I got back like 3 weeks ago. The fine is that I was given. I cannot pay that right now because I have not had any work in the last year. I'm just trying to get my business back up. I got to get my contractor's license, active workers' comp, and all that cranked back up. So just asking for a reduction of the fine, if at all possible.
And counsel, staff, the fine was 1,000 plus 1,000 cost.
No.
Or it was max fine.
It was max fine because
fine.
he didn't appear.
No appear.
Okay.
All right, so
And he had a home improvement registration at
Correct.
one point, but it expired.
Okay.
Okay.
First and foremost, sorry to hear about your the illness.
Thank you.
I certainly would care about family, but with that being said, you mentioned something in there. You were going to work for another contractor, and you thought that was okay.
Yes.
And that's the second time. We're only in 2 cases into this, and we've heard that twice now. And just for the edification of everybody sitting in here, that's never proper. All right. So it's one of the more egregious offenses to this board is to actually use another contractor's license to perform work to justify you getting work. We believe in properly licensed contracts, and we hope that you're going to get licensed. All right, so the max fine was what, $8,100 or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. So with that being said, you're asking for I guess, a reduction in your fine,
Yes.
but you're also planning to get licensed?
So I have my residential general contracting license. I do plan to get the commercial license at some point, yes.
Okay. Well, again, I'll do the same offer you had before. You heard what I had before. Essentially that. We'll reduce that. And since yours was a much lower cost here, we're talking about $1,000 plus $1,000 fine. A $2,000 plus $1,000 fine. $2,000 fine plus $1,000 cost. Should you get licensed, properly licensed in that classification, which you're looking for additional classification?
Yeah, that would be, yeah.
Okay.
I have my general residential, yes.
Okay, but you're going to get a commercial.
Yes.
So if you get that commercial within 180 days, we'll lower that to $1,000 plus $1,000 cost.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Temple, second.
All right, a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you,
Work
sir.
out a payment plan too with them.
Yeah.
What was that?
You can work out a payment plan.
Okay, thank you. With the payment plan, I could still get my license. So right now, I'm inactive.
As
Talk to the staff.
Yeah.
Help.
Gentlemen in the back.
but you've got to operate in
man
good
in the
faith.
back corner right
So,
there?
yeah.
Gotcha.
Go talk to Mr.
Alonzo's Aztec Tile and Granite LLC, or any representatives present.
That's great.
Sir, can you state your name and your affiliation?
My name is Alonso Alvarado, and I'm a manager member of the company.
Can you state your last name for me again?
Alvarado.
Alvaro?
Alvarado.
Alvarado.
Alvarado. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me, Mr. Alvarado? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Alonzo's Aztec Tile and Granite LLC of Baton Rouge, Louisiana is before you today for consideration of an alleged violation for acting as a contractor to perform work without possessing a Louisiana State Contractor's License on the United Medical Rehabilitation Hospital project in Hammond, Louisiana, in the amount of $75,990.
Okay, we need to
We need a motion. I'm sorry.
Temple, make a motion to rehear.
To the second. Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Alvarado, how would you like to plead to the alleged violation?
No content.
No contest.
Move to accept.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
call Blaine Anderson.
Mr. Anderson has been sworn.
Mr. Anderson, in front of you, exhibits number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Are they prepared in the regular and ordinary course of business license board for contractors for this matter involving Alonzo's Aztec Tile?
Yes, they were.
We submit the offer the exhibits into the record.
Mr. Alvarado, how would you like to plead to the, I'm sorry. Have you had a chance to review the documents?
Yeah, quite.
Do you have any objection to the documents being entered into the record?
No, probably the same situation is that.
Well, you'll have a chance to make your statement, but I'm just referring to the documents right now.
Yeah, no, I don't have any.
No objection?
No objection.
Okay. No objection, the exhibits are admitted.
Mr. Anderson, according to the documents at Exhibit 2B, Alonzo's Aztec Tile and Granite LLC entered into an agreement to perform work on a commercial project. Is that correct?
Yes,
And the total amount was $75,990. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And at the time did not possess licensing with this board to perform that work on a commercial project. Is that correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Mr. Alvarado, do you have any questions for this witness?
Well, then again, the same situation. as
Any
the past.
questions
No,
for this witness?
no questions.
Okay. Counsel, any further
No additional
questions?
witnesses.
Okay. Mr. Alvarado, you may make a statement to the board. And as I explained previously, answering if there are questions. If you would like to make a plea as to a penalty, you may do that as well.
Okay.
Okay.
No questions.
No, you can make your statement that you were attempting to make earlier.
Sorry. Yeah, the same thing, the same situation as the past, guys. I didn't know that when I was working with this company, they have the license for general contractors, commercial license, and I didn't even know. That's the first time it happens to me. So I didn't know that I require the license to do the job. And that's just,
So what was your feature of work?
I do countertops.
I'm sorry.
I do countertops.
Okay, countertops.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
So let's get this right. A guy comes to you and just says, "Hey, I want you to do countertops," and you went as a sub to put the countertops in.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
I fabricate the countertops and I bring it to them, and sometimes they put them in. Or,
So and I guess what I'm asking, the GC was not licensed, right?
Evidently. I mean, I'm not sure if the GC was licensed or not.
All right. Okay. I'm just trying to get my hands around it. But the total cost of the project was $75,000.
yes, sir.
So you know you can't do a job over, was it $50,000?
I didn't know that until right now. to be
Mr.
honest.
Alvarado, what sort of, you're in business in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been in business?
Well, on my own business, I've been like 15, 16 years.
And is this an unusual size job for what?
No, really, I don't do that many jobs like that. I'm just more like residentials. This is the first time that I was doing a big job like this.
Okay, so this is the biggest job you've
Yeah,
had.
pretty much.
Okay, I was just wondering how you've been doing business for 15 years without one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go back to Mr.
So this project was $11 million project.
Okay.
You got some more
Go back to
questions?
Mr. Tillage.
No, obviously I don't have any more. No. The point I was making is it's a different situation that we had before. We had people that came in and they were using somebody else's license. You're a subcontractor. You came in, you had a job. It's hard to say no for a job of this size, and you didn't understand that you have to be licensed now. So you have two choices now, right? Are you going to do work under $50,000, or do you plan on doing larger jobs and you're going to need to get a license?
Well, like you say, if somebody else offered me another job like that, I'll probably take it. But I need to, now that I know how much I need to,
That's good.
I mean, making I
You got
probably
to settle,
could
you want
change.
to make a settlement offer, or you want them to?
Yes, please.
Go ahead. What's your offer?
I would love to see if I can increase my license to a, upper level and see if I can, get on track with my license and all that.
So let's listen. Here's my thing, because for me, it puts a lot of pressure on a subcontractor to go out and get a commercial, license. He's not a commercial guy. All right. So what I propose, I'd like to move that. If we give you $1,000 fine plus penalty, with the hopes that you don't show back up here, because we won't be as lenient, if you come back.
Okay.
All right. Now apply for your license. These people, help you. All right. So that's my motion.
I'd like to, Tillage, I'd like to amend that motion before we get a second on it, because he said that he would like to get a license. So I'll make a motion that we fine you $7,500 plus $1,000. If you get licensed within 180 days, I'll reduce that to $1,000 plus cost. And that'll be a motion.
That's the amended motion.
Yep.
I wouldn't mind seconding.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
No.
opposed? Got one no.
Well, no.
Motion carries.
Yeah.
Just note, Mr. Tillage said no.
Yeah, for the record.
We're done.
I think we're done.
All right, that's it.
All right, thank you. Is it?
That's it.
Dwayne.
Danny E. Myers or any representatives present?
Let the record reflect the known as present on behalf of Danny E. Myers.
Danny E. Myers of Lake Charles, Louisiana is before you today for consideration of an alleged violation for acting as a contractor to perform work without possessing Louisiana state contractor's license on the 80 Acres Lane project in Lake Charles, Louisiana, in the amount of $108,593.
Call Frank Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn has been sworn.
Mr. Vaughn, in front of you, exhibits number 1, 2, 3, and 4, were they prepared in the regular and ordinary course of business of the licensing board for contractors for this matter?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer the exhibits into the record.
Exhibits are admitted.
Mr. Vaughn, according to the documents, it appears that Exhibit 4 that Mr. Myers was provided with notice of his violation and of this hearing by certified mail. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Documents also show that Mr. Myers entered into an agreement to perform work on a dirt road or some type of road project. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at the time did not possess licensing with this board to perform work on any type of highway, street, or bridge. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at page 13, it shows that the total amount of that work was $108,593 as combined as a scope of work. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We submit to the board that Danny Myers is in violation of Louisiana contractors licensing laws for failure to possess necessary licensing with this board to perform work on a commercial or really a highway, street, and bridge project in the amount of $108,593. We ask that you find him guilty and issue the appropriate fines and costs.
Tillage move to find him guilty.
Temple second.
Motion and second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Carlton Construction Company.
Oh, we got
No.
fine.
Tillage, max fine plus cost.
Sorry.
Temple second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next
Carlton
case.
Construction Company, Inc., or any representatives present?
Pamela Augustine. I'm the office manager.
Office manager?
Yes.
Are you authorized to speak on behalf of
I
the
am.
company? Okay.
What was the name?
Pamela Augustine.
Augustine.
All right, Ms. Augustine, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Does staff have any objection to Ms. Augustine testifying on behalf of the company?
No. The staff? No, we don't.
Carlton Construction Company, Inc. of Kinder, Louisiana is before you today for consideration of an alleged violation for entering into a contract with an unlicensed contractor to perform work on the medical office remodel project in Kinder, Louisiana, in the amount of $72,901.02.
All right, Ms. Augustine, how would you like to plead on behalf of the company?
No contest.
Temple move to accept.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Call Frank Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn has been sworn.
Mr. Vaughn, in front of you are exhibits number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Were they prepared in the regular and ordinary course of business of the Licensing Board for Contractors for this matter involving Carlton Construction?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer the exhibits into the record.
Ms. Augustine, have you had a chance to review the documents?
I have.
Do you have any objections to the documents
No, I
being entered
don't.
into the record? Allow me to finish my question.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. Any objection to the documents being entered into the record?
No.
Okay. No objection. The exhibits are admitted.
Mr. Vaughn, according to the documents, it appears that Carlton Construction Company entered into a contract with an unlicensed contractor to perform work on the project referenced. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was to perform HVAC work, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at page 8 of the packet, it shows that the amount of that work was $72,901.42. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, it was with Hills AC?
Yes, sir.
LLC? And Hills AC is not licensed with this board, is that correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Ms. Augustine, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, I don't.
Okay. Counsel, no further questions are?
No additional witnesses.
Ms. Augustine, you may provide a statement to the board as to the alleged violation.
Okay.
And any questions they may have, please answer them. And if you have any offer as to a penalty, you may do that as well.
Okay. We hired Hills AC, not knowing that he had a license. He assured us that he had taken care of it, that he had a license, but we didn't go to the website. We failed to go to the website and prove that he didn't have a license.
Did he do this work?
Yes, he did.
He completed all the work?
Yes, he did.
All right.
You have an offer?
I'm not sure about an offer.
Okay, well, I'll get Mr. Clark to help.
Well, I guess with this, you do know about the
I do
ease of
know.
verifying
I do.
contractor licensing.
Yes.
For everybody here, there's an app on here that you can go to verify that all day long. That applies to municipalities and individuals and contractors. So with that, I wish we'd heard the representation by the subcontractor at this point in time, but since we haven't, I'd recommend that a $1,000 penalty plus $1,000 cost.
Temple second.
Motion and second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hills AC LLC or any representatives present?
I represent Ronald Gabriel.
But it's not your case yet.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm so confused.
We asked for Hills.
But we appreciate your enthusiasm.
Let the record reflect. Let the record reflect that no one is present on behalf of Hills AC LLC.
Okay.
Hills AC LLC of Kinder, Louisiana is before you today for consideration of an alleged violation for acting as a contractor to perform work without possessing a Louisiana State Contractor's License on the medical office remodel project in Kinder, Louisiana, in the amount of $72,901.02.
I don't know why we say 2, because it's 42. That's okay. Call Frank Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn has been sworn.
Mr. Vaughn, in front of you are exhibits number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Were they prepared in the regular and ordinary course of business of the Licensing Board for Contractors for this matter?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer the exhibits into the record.
Exhibits are admitted.
Mr. Vaughn, according to the documents at exhibit number 4, it appears that Hills AC and AC LLC was provided with notice of this violation by certified mail. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And also provided with notice of this hearing date by certified mail. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And also was provided with notice of this hearing by email as indicated at page 28 of the packet, right?
Yes, sir.
According to the documents, it appears that Hills AC LLC performed work on a commercial project, and that being installation of a HVAC unit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at the time did not possess licensing with this board to perform that work. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the total amount of that work was, as indicated page 8 of the packet, $72,901.42. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions. We submit to the board that Hills AC LLC is in violation of Louisiana contractors licensing laws for failure to possess the necessary licensing with this board and performing work on a commercial project, performing air conditioning and HVAC work on a commercial project in the total amount of $72,901.42. Ask that you find him guilty of the violation, issue the appropriate fines and costs.
Temple move to find him guilty.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Temple move to find him max plus cost.
Condon, second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Liberty Fence and Supply, LLC, or any representatives present.
Good morning. I'm Kim Landry, attorney for Liberty Fence and Supply.
Jimmy Saizon, owner of Liberty Fence.
What was the last name again? I'm sorry.
Saizon, S-A-I-Z-A-N.
Saison. All right. Mr. Saison, can you raise your right hand for me?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Landreau, are you able to combine all these being just the
No.
same?
That was quick and easy.
It's just too complicated to combine them all at the same time.
All right. Okay, let's go.
Liberty Fence and Supply, LLC of Baton Rouge, Louisiana is before you today for consideration of an alleged violation for acting as a contractor to perform work without possessing a Louisiana State Contractor's License on the City of Gonzales T. Joe Park project in Gonzales, Louisiana, the amount of $82,000.
Ms. Landry or Mr. Saison, how would you like to plead to the alleged violation?
Not guilty.
Okay.
Call Blaine Anderson.
Ms. Anderson has been sworn.
Mr. Anderson, in front of you, you have exhibits number 1, 2, 3, and 4, and attachment 2A. Were those exhibits prepared in the regular ordinary course of business with the licensing board? And
Yes,
did
sir.
you also prepare those exhibits?
Yes, they were. I
We
did.
submit the exhibits for into the record.
Any
No objection.
No objection. Exhibits are admitted.
Mr. Anderson, in your investigation, did Liberty Fence and Supply LLC perform work on a commercial project or actually a municipal project for the City of Gonzales?
Correct.
Did they possess a license to perform that work?
They did not at the time.
And if we go to the exhibits, Exhibit 2A, what does that exhibit show?
Invoices from Liberty Fence owned by Mr. Saizon to the City of Gonzales.
And the date is, what date of that invoice?
First invoice as dated September the 3rd, 2024.
Okay. And then what's the total amount of that one?
$20,500.
And then if you go to the next document at page 8, what is that?
That's another invoice dated also September the 3rd, 2024.
And what's the total amount of that? invoice?
$20,500.
Okay. And then the next invoice at page 10?
September 23rd, 2024, total $41,000.
Okay. And so the total of that work was $82,000, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the reason that we have all of those together is because was that one scope of work?
Yes, sir. It's a replacement of the walking path.
And it was just performed in 3 phases, is that correct?
I don't know what phases. We considered it one project, one location.
But it was in either way, it was invoiced in 3 phases, but you don't know if it was one continuous project, is that correct?
That's our understanding and that's our interpretation.
No further questions.
Mr. Anderson, you say it's your understanding. Did you speak to anyone who was over the job that worked for the city?
No, ma'am.
So,
Can you speak into the microphone for me, please?
I'm sorry. I'm usually loud enough. People usually hear me. I apologize. So, you didn't speak to anyone with the city that would have confirmed that this was all one job?
I never asked that question. I've spoken with city officials, but I've never asked that particular question. No.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions from Mr. Anderson.
Counsel?
I'll follow up. In reviewing the exhibits that were provided, again, these different invoices, was it your understanding, Mr. Anderson, from those invoices that the T-Joe project was, or whatever, in the city of Gonzales was at one location?
Yes, sir. That's in the municipal. It's a park, and that was the walking path in the park.
And all of these invoices were submitted in 1 month, is that correct?
September the 3rd, September the 3rd, and September the 23rd.
And all related to that same walking park, that walking path, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, no further questions.
Any further witnesses?
No additional witnesses.
Okay.
We would call Mr. Corey Warnock.
Okay. Mr. Warner?
Warranty.
Warranty. Can you speak into the microphone for me?
Warranty.
I can't get it. Mr.
Warranty.
Warranty?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Warnke, do you work for the city of Gonzales?
Correct.
And what do you do for the city of Gonzales?
I'm over the buildings and parks maintenance.
Were you the person who contacted Liberty Fence and Supply with regard to the concrete work that was done?
Correct.
And can you tell the board, were these each different jobs?
It was the same park, but it was different phases of the job.
Okay, so when you hired Liberty Fence, did you hire them to do all of the job, or you just hired them to do a small portion at the time?
Well, each time I called was for one specific job, and that's what it came to.
Okay, so when you were, y'all were billed and it says phase 1, that was what he was hired to do at that moment?
On that day, yes.
Okay, was he hired to do these other ones at that time?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. So each time he finished a job, you hired him to do a different job?
Yes, as soon as the one job was finished, he came out and did the next job.
Okay, and it wasn't always at this particular park, there were other places that he was doing work?
It was 2 different parks, yes.
Okay. And he was also doing other work for the city in other areas?
Correct.
Okay.
Counsel, any questions for these witnesses?
Yes. Mr. Wonky, what is T-Joe?
That's our park we have for the baseball fields off our Oris.
And if we go to, do you have that exhibit packet in front of you?
Yeah.
And it's, if you go to 2A, page 6.
This is page 6.
Is that your signature on a document from Liberty Fence Enterprise?
Yes, it is.
Dated 9/9 of 24?
No.
Page 6.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right. And that was for work at T-Joe Park, is that correct?
Correct.
And so, is that a sidewalk? It says walking path. Is it a sidewalk?
It's
or
a
is it-
sidewalk, yes.
Okay. And if you go to the page 8, there's another invoice for T-Joe Phase 2. Do you see that?
Correct, yeah.
Is that your signature at the bottom of the page, dated
Yes.
9/9/24?
Yes.
So you signed those two invoices at the same day, correct?
Yeah.
And those two invoices indicate one is phase 1, one is phase 2. Is that the same walking path or concrete?
Yes, it is.
And was it the plan of the city to replace the whole walking path?
Yeah.
And that's why Liberty Fence Enterprise was retained, is to replace the whole walking path. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Then if you go to the next page, at page 10, There's another invoice from Liberty Fence. Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes,
And it's 9/23/24, correct?
correct.
And that's, again, to replace that same walking path that was started on September 3rd. Is that correct?
Yes,
And this was the date that that walking path was completed. Is that correct?
correct.
So it was the same continuous project that was being formed and completed. Is that correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Did you actually tell Liberty Fence that they were going to be redoing the whole thing?
It was just a sidewalk project that we had different places we had to fix at each time.
And so when you contacted Liberty Fence, you contacted them with regard to each place first,
I contacted them that I had a sidewalk project we needed to take care of.
okay? And my question to you is, when you hired him, did you hire him at that time to do the whole sidewalk, or did you do it in increments, piece by piece?
It was a piece by piece job at one park.
It couldn't be done all at one time. Y'all didn't hire him to do it all at one time.
We just did it in sections.
The city did it in sections,
Correct.
because the city chose to do it in sections.
Yes.
Okay. And again, he had to wait on you to tell him where the section was and what he was going to be doing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then he would give you an amount for each particular section.
Correct.
And then he would do the job.
Yes.
And then you would approve the job. And then you would pay him, correct?
Right.
And each different section that you hired him to do got a different PO. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because y'all considered it each a different job.
Yes.
Okay.
Does the board have any questions? for the
Yeah, I have a
citizens?
question. So, this is to Jim. So, did the city understand that it had to repair the entire sidewalk?
Yes, we did.
So, why would you go back and piecemeal it?
We just did it in sections. It was,
No. But just answer my question. So, if you knew you had a project and you had to do it holistically, what was the reasoning for going back and giving a PO for each individual piece of it?
We didn't want to cut off the whole park at one time by doing all the sidewalks at once.
But it seemed as a lot of this work got done at the same time because you signed your invoices on the same day.
Hold on, Ms. Gould.
Yeah, I guess with that being said, were there any proposals that we found or any contracts associated with this?
No.
Okay. So is it the city's habit to issue verbals to, I assume you issued a purchase order for that? Was it based on a price or how'd they get that?
It was just a call out and asked them a price and they sent it in and we just approved it.
Sent what in?
The invoice.
So it
was a verbal, sounds like.
Yeah.
The city does that? Y'all don't have any?
Well, we are supposed to get 3 quotes, but it was a rush job we had to get done, so we just.
So it was stay on that school of thought. It was a rush job. You did it in phases. The anticipation was to do the entire project. You mentioned that you couldn't do it all at one time. Why couldn't you do it all?
We could have did it all at one time, but we didn't. We decided not to because we didn't want to shut the whole park off at once.
That makes sense.
Okay, good deal. All right. So with that, but it was the anticipation. You anticipated you were doing this entire job for 80-something thousand, or whatever that amount is. And did you have any idea of how much that was going to cost?
Not the end total. No, I did not.
Okay. All right.
And this project had one name, T. Joe's. This one project,
it was,
right?
Yes.
Yeah. So,
like most typical construction projects that you can break down into phases, is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
You mentioned right here. You mentioned that you have to get competitive pricing for the state. Is that correct?
On this job, we didn't.
I know. So you classified an emergency?
Yes.
And that classification was done by who?
On paper, it wasn't classified an emergency.
Well, I understand you got to get a competitive price, but you didn't get a competitive price, and now you broke it down into 3 different areas, so it's under $50,000. So it appears that it's multiple jobs. That's what it's looking to me like. But I'll leave it to the board. But I mean, I know because of the city, you didn't issue a permit, right?
Right.
So there's no permits issued, and there was no competitive pricing taken, and you broke it down into little segments. Even though it wasn't considered emergency. I'm just kind of summarizing here. All right, kind of smells a little bit.
Yeah.
Ms. Brown had a question?
Hey, I guess for us, just with that being said, we're back to an issue. It appears that this is one project, you know, and that's the determination here, and it's whether he's licensed or not for this. And it sounds like we got several more to go, but
Well, I see somebody else has to take up. Did you try to avoid the competitive bid?
yeah, that's another situation for the city. I think.
Right. Why don't y'all go ahead and.
Well, I would tell you that it still sounds like one project to me. It was anticipation of the whole project. Doesn't sound, again, for me, like a logical reason to break it up if you anticipate a larger project. Is the city aware of the contractor licensing requirements?
Yes.
All right, and you know sometimes the city puts contractors in bad situations, or cities, I should say, not singling out Gonzales by any stretch of the imagination. But this is an obvious case, and contractors should know too. When you get in the aggregate above $50,000, you're in a contractor license and stuff. So again, that's kind of where I am, and I would make a motion that we.
I'm not sure if Ms. Landry has done putting her case on.
Okay, good. Thanks. Fantastic.
Good.
Ms. Landry?
Yeah. Mr. Cezanne, when you were hired to perform the sidewalk work, were you hired to do the entire park?
No.
How was it
I was
provided to you?
I was brought out there. They showed me the damage to the concrete on the sidewalk where they do the walk.
Mr. Cezanne, can you speak into the microphone?
I'm sorry. And I gave them a price, or gave the city a price, and did that particular job. And then a couple weeks later, they called me back and said, we have another portion of the walk path that we need you to look at and give us a price, but go ahead and kind of put it in that same area to where the amount of damage to the concrete and make it look, make sure it's the same. And I said, sure, not a problem. So they called me with two different phone calls to do two different projects. Now, was I aware that this was all in one focus of the parameters? No, it didn't.
And there's three different invoices.
Mm-hmm.
One of the invoices is dated 9/9. 9/3, I'm sorry, 9/3. And the second invoice is also dated 9/3. That was for one portion, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
What happened there was that we were getting delayed with rain and everything, and I said, could I go ahead and submit a portion of the invoice so I could get paid and do the other part later? And I was told yes, I could. But in the meantime, we were able to finish the entire that phase right there. And before I sent out the building, I went ahead and sent them both out at the same time, just like I did the whole one in 923. That was a whole project there. We didn't have any problems being delayed or anything.
So your understanding was when you got hired, you were...
I thought all I was doing was that on 9-3, all I knew was I was doing was that particular project.
I'm looking at a question.
So let me ask a question, please. Mr. Cezanne.
Yes.
On invoice, your invoice 1545 and then invoice 1546. It says TJ Phase 1 and TJ Phase 2. Is that correct?
Here.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the amount on one is 20,500 and the other one is 20,500. Is that correct?
Yes, it was the same project.
Was it the same amount of square footage on both jobs?
Basically, it was pretty much near the same amount. Yes.
Okay. And then when you got to exhibit at page 10, your invoice 1579, you didn't say TJO Phase 1, you said TJO Phase 3. Is that right?
Yes, TJO Phase 3. Yes.
So that was a third phase of the same project that you had already started. Is that right?
Phase 1 and Phase 2 was the same.
And right. And what's Phase 3? That's
Phase 3 a couple weeks later.
It's Phase 3 of what?
I'm sorry, say that again.
It's Phase 3 of what?
Of more concrete work that they called me to come
of redoing the sidewalk paths, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And And it just so happens that that one is $41,000, which is the same as the combined number of the other two. What's the square footage on this particular project?
The same as the phase 1 and 2. It was roughly around 200 something feet.
So it's about the same?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't price it out as a square footage, you just lump summed it?
I lump summed it, yes.
All right, no further questions.
Council, can you just help clarify? I see a report showing a licensing record. Can you elaborate on, I'm assuming the violation is for not holding a license, but I see that, can you elaborate on that?
On what?
On, was he not licensed at the time of the work? Is he not licensed in the right classification? What do we?
He had a home improvement registration.
At the time of the work?
Yes.
Currently, he has a commercial specialized license?
Limited specialty.
Limited specialty now, but he didn't have a license at the time of the work.
Okay, thank you.
With regard to that,
Oh, I'm sorry.
who was the person that is listed as the qualifying agent?
Misty.
Talking to the thing.
Misty.
And she is the manager of the LLC?
Yes.
Is she the person that is responsible for renewing the licenses every year?
Yes.
And at one time you held a commercial license, correct?
Yes.
And at some point it became inactive. Do you know why?
I have no idea. I was never notified or anything that that I was passed in for renewal or anything.
Okay, and so but all of the information goes to Misty, correct?
At the beginning, no. Toward when I hired her later, yes.
Okay. And at some point in 2018, is when you apparently got the the commercial specialty for fence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Misty was the qualifying person, correct?
Absolutely.
And it was during all of this time, did you maintain the necessary insurances, workers' comp, and liability?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was for the purposes of, because you thought you had your license?
Absolutely.
So at the time you were doing this work, did you have the necessary liability and workers' compensation?
Yes, I did.
And when did you become aware that the renewal hadn't gone through?
I think it was in February of 25. They contacted me and said that my license was...
Who's they?
I think it was Brandon.
With the city?
With the city, yes.
Okay.
And I just said, no, I have a license. And that's when I found out that it was lapsed. That second time it lapsed. But I never got, I'm just not unsure. Does the contractors board or inform people?
Ms. Landry.
Yes.
So our deal right now, I think what the board needs to know is, we know he doesn't have a license. I don't know why we're going down this direction. The question is whether or not these three jobs need to be consolidated.
Okay. Well, he does have a license now.
That's irrelevant to this case, is it
At
not?
the time.
Well, it had lapsed. It wasn't like...
I'm going to stick to the charge.
And so it's clear, he had a commercial fencing license. He did not have a commercial license to do concrete work.
Correct.
Okay.
So,
And I understand that I was just, because of the issues that Mr. Lopez raised, I just wanted to make sure that we clarified.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
Can you try to just to clarify, the specialty license that he holds now does not allow him to do the work that is performed and
Oh,
contemplated.
the $50,000, correct.
Okay.
And
so can you?
Ms.
can
Landry,
wrap
are
it
you done with your case, Chief?
Are you finished? Are you?
I am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. What's
All right.
this?
There's a lot of moving parts of this, but Mr. Saison, I believe you when you say you didn't know that it was all encompassing, but based on what I'm looking at, I'm gonna have to find you guilty first.
Till it's second.
Motion and second. All in favor? Any opposed?
I oppose.
Mr. Fart.
Because of it's all in one park, it's all within one
Mr.
park.
Fanay opposed, just noted.
Yeah, Fanay opposed now. And then my fine, I've moved to fine you $2,000 plus cost.
Second.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I oppose.
Same. You've been posting that. We got one opposition.
Mr. Fanay opposed.
Motion carries.
All right. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, are we talking about the whole project or just this one project?
That's one project. We got to do it.
No, I'm talking about this phase one. Phase one or all of it? For finding guilty.
For the whole,
This case.
the thing
Just
that
this
This particular case, we'll get to the
It's
other
gonna be,
cases. It's going to be a
but
long
it's gonna
day.
be, if you find him, if you're calling it all one, then this is gonna include the other.
No, it's not including the others. All of them are separate.
Mr. Lambert, those are all different cases, it appears, but this is actually just based on this item, number
Yes, that first
3A.
item.
Yeah, 3A, that's it.
Okay.
We got to keep going.
It's just item 3A, and it's just for this amount and the scope of this work that was explained.
So it might be 5 more. Like
It is
That
right.
might- it looks like it. We asked
Yes,
for-
at
yeah.
least. At least 5 more. Okay, let's go. Next case.
Ronald Gabriel or any representatives present?
All right.
I think it's my turn now, Mr. Tillage. Good morning.
Good morning.
At this particular time, I would beseech the board for a continuance in this matter.
Tillage move to continue.
Can you make your appearance, sir?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Good morning. I'm Donald Dobbins. I represent Ronald Gabriel. Forgive me.
No problem.
I'm so used to people knowing me everywhere I go.
Can you state your last name for me again?
Dobbins. D-O-B-B-I-N-S.
All right, Mr. Dobbins, you may proceed.
Okay. Mr. Gabriel,
we
you want
don't-
Mr. Gabriel to state his name for the record?
We don't have an objection to the continuance. However, I think we'd like it to be reset for the hearing date in January. Yeah. January 15th, and we don't want to have to provide notice again, Mr. Dobbins, so
Can you
we want to
waive?
just do it on the record here.
Yeah.
So we just want to, will you waive service?
Yeah, we'll waive service.
And there's another matter coming up that is case number 2025-0524-02. Are you also requesting a continuance on that as well?
That is correct, Mr. Ryan.
And then you will waive service to appear for the January date for that matter as well?
Yes, sir, I will.
Okay, so we have no objection based on that.
All right, and for the record, respondent is present. Can you state your name, sir?
State your name.
Ronald Gabriel.
Mr. Ronald Gabriel is present. We have a motion for continuance.
Temple second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next
Thank you.
case. Thank you. Next case.
Liberty Fence and Supply LLC or any representatives present?
Kim Landry, attorney for Liberty Fence and Supply. State your name.
Jimmy Cezanne, Liberty Fence.
Mr. Saison has been sworn.
Liberty Fence and Supply LLC of Baton Rouge, Louisiana is before you today for consideration of an alleged violation for acting as a contractor to perform work without possessing a Louisiana State Contractor's License on the City of Gonzales Municipal Park Project in Gonzales, Louisiana, in the amount of $14,100.
How would we like to plead to the alleged violation? Ms. Landry,
I'm sorry?
a plea.
Oh, I'm sorry, not guilty.
Call Blaine Anderson.
Mr. Anderson has been sworn.
Mr. Anderson, in front of you, exhibits number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Were they prepared in the regular and ordinary course of business of the licensing board for contractors for this matter involving Liberty Fence?
Yes, they were.
We offer the exhibits into the record.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits are admitted.
Mr. Anderson, in your investigation, if we turn to exhibit 2A, explain to the board those exhibits and those documents.
2A are the invoices from Liberty Fence to the city of Gonzales for plumbing work done at the pickleball courts.
And this is all one continuous work from 11/25 through December 2nd, 2024?
Correct.
So essentially it was performed in about a 7-day period?
That's correct.
And at the time that Liberty Fence was performing this work, this plumbing work, did they possess licensing with this board to perform plumbing work?
No, sir.
And according to the statutes, any work over $10,000 is requiring a license. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this work that you indicated in 2A was a continuous job at the pickleball courts related to plumbing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the invoices were just invoices provided for different courses of the work during the course of work. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Right. No further questions.
Any questions for this witness, Ms. Landry?
No.
Any further witnesses or?
No additional witnesses.
Okay. Ms. Landry?
Mr. Cezanne, can you please explain to the board what this particular job incurred initially?
I was called originally out to fix a leak at the main line where it branched out to different water lines throughout the park. And
did you fix that?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell me which invoices was that for to do the initial work?
I believe it was the it was on 11/25, 15. Is that 15, 16, 17?
It says 1674. Is that invoice 1674?
Yes.
Okay. And then when that was for the materials for that
Yes.
call out, and then did you have the work performed?
Yes.
And is this the 1675 for $2,800? Is that the invoice for the work that was performed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you complete that work?
Yes.
Okay. And later, were you contacted to perform additional work?
Yes. When we turned the water back on, they had some additional leaks down out in the field where the pipes running on. So I had to go back out there and assess that situation.
And did you provide a separate quote for that?
Yes.
You have to say it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Was that, and then was that job approved?
Yes.
Okay. And was that that was for 1681? Is that correct? Invoice 1681.
Yes. Yes.
And 1682.
Yes.
And those were completed after you did the first job.
Yes.
Okay. So when you were initially hired, were you hired to do the second portion at the time you were hired?
No, because we weren't aware there was other leaks.
So this only came about after you finished the first job?
Yes, ma'am.
So the total of the first job was $7,600, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the total for the second job was $6,500, is that correct?
Yes.
Is this how the city normally does things? Do they tell you that you have to do everything at one time?
No. They don't. They're not aware of it either on what's going on because they didn't know where the water leaks were. They just knew where the main one was.
And did you hire a licensed plumber to perform the actual plumbing work?
Yes.
Thank you.
Cross.
Yes. Mr. Cezanne, the work that's related to your first invoices 1674 and 1675. Did you perform that work?
Myself, personally, no.
Yes. Do you have a plumber on staff that performed that work?
I was assured that he was a licensed plumber, and I hired him out.
So, are you talking about Absolute Granite?
Yes.
So you hired Absolute Granite to perform plumbing work, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if we go to Exhibit 2C, it appears that you wrote a check to Absolute Granite for $7,350. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that to perform the work related to invoice 1674, 1675, 1682, and 1681?
I think it's for all of it, I believe. Yes.
So it was to all four of those invoices that you paid Absolute Granite $7,350. Is that correct?
Right.
So you retained them to perform the plumbing work. Is that right?
Yes.
Did anybody else perform work on that plumbing other than Absolute Granite?
No.
No further questions.
You paid him for all at one time, but he submitted 2 different bills, correct?
Right.
All right. Does Absolute Granite and Flooring do other work for you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know necessarily if that check was for this work or if it was for other work that was combined? Because you only have a bill for $3,600 attached.
So maybe there's another bill missing.
But you don't necessarily know that this is for all of the work related to this particular job.
At the top of my mind, no, I don't. I can't answer that question.
But you can confirm that Absolute Granite and Flooring does other work for you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Any further questions? Ms. Landry, any further questions?
No further questions.
Let me ask you one other question. Do you know Absolute Granite is not a licensed plumber?
I was assured that he had a licensed plumber on the scene to do the work.
Any questions from the board?
Well, I guess in my quick check, Absolute Granite is not a licensed plumber by the state of
They're
Louisiana.
not.
Okay. Just want to verify. Thanks. Okay.
No questions from the board? Ms. Landry, is that all you have for
That's all.
this matter?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right.
We
Mr.
submit
Chair.
that this, in fact, was one continuous job, just like the previous job was, and is as indicated by the one payment to Absolute Granite. And again, it's over $10,000 and a plumbing license is required. While we understand that you can issue invoices on different times on any project, it was all at one project involving the pickleball court leak. And we submit that they are in violation for failing to possess a plumbing license.
Mr. Mayor. To our investigator, just one question that I got with all this going on. When you started the investigation on all of this, and you started gathering evidence, did your evidence, checks, invoices and stuff come from the city after the fact, after all the work been done, or did they come from the contractor? How did that timeline, how did that take place? When was the work done? When did you gather all your evidence?
Sure. This came up as a special investigation request by the city of Gonzales. I started my investigation. The city provided me with a stack of documents, tons and tons of invoices, so I went through all those invoices. So these invoices I received from the city of Gonzales. Subsequently, I served Mr. Cezanne with a subpoena, and through his representation, she also provided duplicate copies. The check from Absolute Granite was provided by Absolute Granite.
Thank you, sir. That answered my question.
Go ahead, so Andrew, you want to wrap it up, Mr. Andrew?
I don't have any questions for Mr. Anderson. Well, I do. Mr. Anderson, you said that you were provided the check from Absolute Granite. Did Absolute Granite provide you with anything other than the $3,600 bill?
She just gave me a copy of the check. I say she, it's a couple that own the business. I can't remember her name off the top of my head. She provided me with that check, that's Exhibit C, for $7,000. She informed me that this was payment to Absolute Granite for the work done at the pickleball courts that's in question.
But she didn't provide you with
Nothing
an
else.
invoice that showed $7,350.
No,
for that
ma'am.
work.
I asked for everything, and this is all she had.
Well, Mr. Chairman, may I ask y'all a question? Why wouldn't you, the party that's responsible did the whole project? And this was several different phases with several different subcontractors. And could we not make the decision on the party, the prime contractor that had the overall job seeing all this? And then
I think it was in.
let the staff, I know, but this might take the rest of the day.
Mr. Lambert,
Going like this. Let me finish what I wanted to see if you would consider letting the staff find the guilty parties on the individual things. If they say the threshold was 10,000, anything over 10,000, then they would pay a percentage that we would adjust right now. Wouldn't that save a lot of time? You think?
Well,
I think that's what happened.
I attempted to get to save time. I asked Mr. Hodges if we could combine. We can't. We got to take each case individually, one by one. I hate that we have to do that, but I understand where you're coming.
If it's a legal requirement, we have to.
It's a legal
follow
requirement. So go ahead. But thank you for coming.
and so Mr. Lambert understands, Mr. Lambert, each one is a different scope of work. It's not one project, it's varying projects. And it's not one build. It's varying projects with different scopes of work. Some's plumbing, some of the electrical. It's at different locations, at different parks in Gonzales.
I think I understand that.
All right. Okay.
But it's not one project.
And so I just want to make sure that I'm clarifying. It's determined to be the same scope of work because it happened at the same place?
Well, we can look at all the evidence and make that determination, Ms. Landry. That's what we're doing right now. We're listening to all the evidence from your side and the investigator's side.
Okay, so are we on the, does the board have a decision as to the innocent guilt?
Are you through?
case?
Yes, you do.
I am. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand how y'all are making a determination when
I think we're basing it on the evidence we're hearing.
Yep.
well, and the testimony is that he was hired to do it separately, and so
And I think the board will take that into consideration. All the evidence is what I think is going to happen. But if you're through, I'll go ahead and let the board make a decision. If you're done, okay. Board, what's your pleasure?
So let's move to find him guilty.
Second. I got a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Tillage move for $1,000 fine, $1,000 court costs.
Temple second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Liberty Fence and Supply LLC, or any representatives present?
Kim Landry on behalf of Liberty Fence and Supply.
Jimmy Saison, Liberty Fence.
And Mr. Cezanne has been sworn.
Liberty Fence and Supply LLC of Baton Rouge, Louisiana is before you today for consideration of an alleged violation for acting as a contractor to perform work without possessing a Louisiana State Contractor's License on the City of Gonzales Municipal Park Project in Gonzales, Louisiana, in the amount of $287,000.
Ms. Landry, Mr. Cezanne, a plea.
Not guilty.
Call Blaine Anderson.
Mr. Anderson has been sworn.
Mr. Anderson, in front of you, exhibits number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Were they prepared in the regular and ordinary course of business of the Licensing Board for Contractors?
Yes, they were.
According to the, we offer the exhibits into the record.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits are admitted.
Mr. Anderson, in your investigation, did you find that Liberty Fence or Liberty Enterprise, I assume that's the same company, performed work
Hey, y'all, let's calm down. Okay, come on.
at the municipal park in the City of Gonzales?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go to Exhibit 2A, what does that represent at Exhibit 2A?
That's an invoice from Liberty Fence to the City of Gonzales for concrete work at Municipal Park.
And it's dated 7/15/24?
Correct.
Okay. And it's for removing existing and install new concrete stages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then the second one at page 8, remove existing concrete, install new stage 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the next invoice at page 10, it's walking path, break out existing concrete, haul off, frame, inlay for 7 yards, pour concrete. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that went from 7/15 to 8/5/24. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then again on 8/5/24, there's a stage 2 of the walking path for another $20,500. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then on 8/19, there's a phase 3, remove existing concrete, $20,500. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then at page 16, invoice 1527, again 8/19/24, $20,500, remove existing concrete, haul off for phase 4. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the next one is phase 5, 9/17/24, $20,500. Again, haul off existing concrete. Is that right?
Yes.
And then the next one, 9/17, this is invoice 1566, Municipal Park Phase 6, remove existing concrete, haul off for $20,500. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the next one is on October 7th, invoice number 1604, remove existing walking path and concrete, haul off for $41,000. Is that correct?
Correct.
The next week, on 10/15/24, invoice 1611, remove existing walking path behind playground, haul off for $41,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then, I guess we had a prior week one. In your next document at page 26, 1593, again, remove existing walk path, concrete, and another for $41,000, right?
Correct.
And at the top, it says Municipal Park Phase 8. Is that right?
That's correct.
And each one has a different phase, phase 9, 10, and so on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was this all at the same park?
It's all at the same park, yes.
And essentially, these invoices are weekly invoices for work performed, or every 2 weeks for work performed during that concrete work at this particular park. Is that correct?
Correct, over a 3-month period of time.
And these invoices are all split up so that they never exceed $50,000 on any given day. Is that right?
None of them exceed $50,000 individually.
Right. But this was all one scope of work at one park. Is that right? Is that
Yes,
correct?
That's correct.
And do you know if Liberty Fence actually did that work?
It's my understanding a gentleman by the name of Ronald Gabriel did the either all of the labor or much of the labor. I do not know if Mr. Gabriel had assistance.
At the time that work was being performed, did Liberty Fence possess licensing with this board to perform that scope of work?
They did not.
And the licensing would have required a commercial license to perform this work?
That is correct.
And what type of license would it have required?
Building concern, or you could have had a major classification in building construction or subclassification in driveways, parking areas or asphalt or concrete, or even a subclassification S4 concrete construction, excluding highway, streets, and bridges. Any of those would have worked.
But did not have any licensing at that time, did they?
None.
Okay, no further questions.
Ms. Landry, do you have any questions for this witness?
Mr. Anderson, again, did you speak to anybody with the city to determine if these were each individual hires for each individual job?
No, I spoke with city officials, but I never specifically asked them the question as to whether or not the city considered that one job.
Thank you.
I have a question for staff. How long was Liberty licensed in commercial? And were there any previous violations prior to
The
this?
commercial fencing license they held from October 22nd of 2009 to October 22nd of 2012. When it expired, they obtained limited specialty March 13th of this year.
And then they had a fencing license. When did they have the fencing license?
October of 2009 to 2012.
To 2012, okay.
Might I make a suggestion, Ms. Landry, Mr. Stazon? You've seen two of these cases go, right? You've pleaded not guilty to both of these. Can I make a suggestion that maybe you reconsider your strategy here? Obviously, Mr. Stazon, you're a victim of your own success in this
Well, the only
scenario that you've had running with the city. Okay.
The only thing I disagree with on the investigation that this gentleman, Mr. Anderson, has provided, that I was not aware of all the projects that were going
I
on.
understand. You're doing thousands of dollars worth of work for
I was happy to do it.
a municipality. Okay, and you should be licensed.
I was under the impression I was licensed
Well, you
until
aren't.
February, and I never did get notified by the contractors board that I had lapsed.
Mr. Cesar, I'm trying to help you here.
That's why we don't let him talk all the time.
All right, so if Mr. Cezanne doesn't want to change his plea, we need to continue on with
Right,
the
let's
case
go.
in chief.
Let's keep going. Good try.
And I'll say this: if it's your consensus that this is how y'all are going to go, regardless of what he testifies to and the city testifies to, saying that he was hired individually for each job, then I would agree with Mr. Lopez that it's.
But Ms. Landry, it's not just that. It's the paperwork. It's the whole totality of the evidence that's causing a problem here. It's not just that. When you see all these even numbers,
Phases.
I mean, it's just, it's not what you say. It's what we see as a whole here. I'm not, nobody, we want to listen, but we got to look at everything else that's with the case, and it's not just that. These documents, you know, we are contractors, all of us up here.
We understand. Yeah.
Okay, we understand, we get it. So we're not trying to do anything to your client, but at the same time, you want us to answer the question just posed. That's not what we're doing here. I don't want you to believe that we're basing it on the evidence also. And the evidence as a contractor, pretty overwhelming, but that's my opinion. But there's a bunch up here too. So, I mean, you continue your case. I don't want you to not have the right to defend your client. I do not want you to lose your right to make your case. So what you just said, I make a case on every case, and we're going to sit here with you and we're going to go through it. But there's no consensus yet. We're looking at each case individually.
And with regard to this one, you can see that the work is done sporadically. It's not done consistently.
Is there any contracts on this one? That one was bid.
There's no contracts.
$287,000 worth of work here, and nobody in the city has approved it.
I can show you, and because I actually pulled. This is how they do business. Period.
Well,
and I actually have. I can
Look,
show you
we're
other
not going to agree.
contractors.
We're going to agree to disagree. So go ahead. Let's get the show on the road.
Well, I would introduce to show. There's another. Now, what I did was I did a public records request, and I obtained all of the accounts payables, and I looked at for contractors, and I can show you that. And I would introduce this into the record. Just to show the board that this is the regular business that the city of Gonzales does. They hire contractors to do jobs, and they hire them to do portions. And there's no bidding process.
Mr. Claude.
Ms. Landry, well, I appreciate that, Mr. Cezanne. I get that, but we don't regulate municipalities and those things, and permitting and releases of contracts and those things. We have a standard of the way we do business as contractors. In spite of those, we got a lot of municipalities that make mistakes, act maybe not in the best interest of their own constituents and those things. But at the end of the day, what we looked at is the first case. 3-4 different phases. The first invoice on the 15th of July, the second invoice on the 15th of July, those are two different phases. That could be considered an anomaly. But we have what we call is a pattern here when we look at all these invoices. And this is one project, regardless of how it was released, is one project. And that's how the contractor board looks at a project. And at that point in time, responsible contractors step back and say, you're going to be exceeding my authority in $50,000 because I'm working on the same blanking sidewalk at the end of the day. That's what it is. So when you get beyond, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, in the businesses we call a pattern. And a blind man could see that pattern. Pardon anybody blind. Certainly a little hard to see in myself. But at the end of the day, this doesn't pass the smell test at a minimum, Miss Landry, and I find it difficult that your contractor, who claimed to have a contractor's license and was legitimate before, understands this. He's admitted that he was a legitimate contractor before. Now he claims that he lost his license. I don't know how over that many years you just forget to renew your license and it just appears that you don't have that. That's, again, another subject. But at the end of the day, he knows the law. If he took that test, if he had a qualifying party and he took the business in law, he understands the state of Louisiana's contractor licensing. And he could predict this pattern because we all have had that case. We have all had these things released to us in phases on projects, anticipating some of those. Now, I'm sure his communication with the city, it came up. How many of these that you're going to come by? How many you're going to do? And I see him nodding his head, and I appreciate that. But you have seen this before on multiple projects that's already been demonstrated. I'm sure we'll see these again. But at the end of the day, I'm having difficulty understanding why you couldn't see this train wreck coming. And that's what's going to you got to convince me otherwise, because right now these are too close together not to notice a pattern.
And the amounts.
Yeah.
The amounts. Look at the amounts. They're so consistent. They just.
And he can explain the amounts. Tell them why it's the same amount.
Wait, Ms. Landry, hold on, everybody. Ms. Landry offered to introduce a document into evidence. Is there an objection?
I don't have an objection to it, but I will tell you, Ms. Landry, that Getro General Contractor is a licensed contractor and can perform all of this work. So that they would never have an issue.
I am not disagreeing with that. What I'm showing you is that the city, it's a pattern with the city how they hire people. I understand.
The exhibit is admitted.
Mr. Bailiff's, or I don't know if it was Mr. Clue, with one of y'all. That I understand. He should have recognized that it was a pattern. He should have recognized, hey, and step back. And that's what you're saying, is even if it was separate, if I'm correct, even if it was separate, at some point, as a formerly licensed contractor, he should have stepped back and said, wait, I'm going to exceed, because somebody's going to see this as one project. Even though you're hiring me to do 200 and something feet at the same price at different times, somebody's going to say it's the same thing. Is that my understanding? That's what you're saying.
But at this juncture in time, we got to rule on today. And going forward, I would assume he's going to correct that and never do that again.
Correct.
We can't change why we're here today. And that's where we want to go with this. So I think at this juncture, the words, finish this case, and we'll continue on. We're not going to take that right away from you. We will sit here and go through every case with you.
Well, I understand where you're coming from on that, and
it's your call. Just however you want to do it. We're gonna sit here and listen to every case.
And the city's habits notwithstanding, I mean, I don't condone. If this is how they act, I hope they would reconsider that in the future. But at the end of the day, that's not something that we're here to judge. The city.
Mr. Merritt.
Another thing that should be considered here, I doubt seriously that the city appropriated money per each
phase
PO and per each check.
Yeah.
It's obvious that the city council or whoever appropriated the amount of money to do all this work at these parks. I doubt seriously that they appropriated for each PO money for this. In the city's mind, they may have issued individual POs down the line for portions of work. But if you do your investigation, I think you're going to find that the city appropriated enough money to do all these projects at one time, even though they issued individual little POs. Now, who did that and why? I don't know.
That would be the city engineer. But I'll say this, I did do my work. I finally got all of the public records requests.
I feel confident that your contractor and the city's authority that issued these POs all knew from the beginning that there was a lump sum of money to do all these projects. Why they broke it up in individual POs, we can't explain. But we are smart enough to know that someone for the city put out all this work, had the money appropriated for all this work, and that we're smart enough, as been testified by the board, to understand that this is a project broken up in individual POs.
This was not an appropriated job. In fact, it was paid for. I looked under all of the different appropriations for the budget. It was actually paid for under road work.
Okay, well, Ms.
Okay,
Landry,
let's get
Ms.
back
Landry,
to
let's move
the
forward.
evidence
Let's go
here.
ahead and finish up this case.
Ms. Landry, are you complete with your case, or do you have anything else?
So, well, I've just spoken with my client, and so based upon the fact that he should have recognized that it was an ongoing thing and he should have stepped back, he's going to withdraw his former plea of not guilty and enter no contest.
Motion accept.
Temple second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. Any penalty?
All right. What do we do?
Do you want to make an offer, Ms. Landry?
Yeah, you want to make an offer, Ms. Landry?
Well, what I'd like y'all to consider is that he as soon as he found out that his license had expired, that he did take care of it.
We got that
and he-
testimony. Do you have an offer? We got the testimony. Board's been listening.
Well, I would like to suggest that if he gets his
License.
his commercial license,
Okay.
that within 180 days, that the fine of $1,000 be waived and he be paid the court cost.
Wait a minute, which fine are you talking about? Because there's been no fine on this case.
No.
So the other cases are gone.
Yeah.
So we're talking about.
I would suggest $1,000 fine and that it be waived plus court costs, and that it be waived if he gets his commercial license in 180 days.
Let me be. We got too many cases behind us to have this discussion just yet, and maybe we can revisit it towards the end of the cases and do that. But right now, I would propose $1,000 plus $1,000 cost. Make that motion.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
We may revisit that later, Ms. Landry.
Okay, thank you.
Which one we got left?
Item 6, Liberty Fence and Supply
What number we on?
LLC. Are any representatives present?
What number?
Make your appearance, Ms. Landry.
Kim Landry on behalf of Liberty Fence and Supply.
Jimmy Cezanne, Liberty Fence.
Mr. Sazon has been sworn.
Liberty Fence and Supply LLC of Baton Rouge, Louisiana is before you today for consideration of an alleged violation for acting as a contractor to perform work without possessing a Louisiana state contractor's license on the City of Gonzales Municipal Park Project in Gonzales, Louisiana, in the amount of $15,600.
How would you like to plead to the alleged violation?
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Sorry.
This is a plumbing case,
This is the plumbing case,
and it's
all-
over $10,000. So
It,
Would you
well,
like to
it's not
change
just
that
plumbing.
plea? Would you like to change your plea, or are we going with not guilty?
We will do the no contest. No contest.
Temple move to accept.
Till the second.
Motion and second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
call Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Anderson has been sworn.
Mr. Anderson, in front of you, exhibits number 1, 2, 3, and 4. They were prepared in the regular and ordinary course of business of licensing board for contractors for this matter.
Yes, they were.
We'll offer the exhibits into the record.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits
Mr. Anderson,
are
at exhibit.
admitted.
I'm sorry. Mr. Anderson, at Exhibit 2A, is that an invoice from Liberty Fence or Liberty Enterprise to the City of Gonzales?
It is.
And is that for plumbing work?
That is correct.
And it's for $15,600?
Correct.
And Liberty Fence or Liberty Enterprise do not possess licensing to perform that plumbing work. Is that correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Any questions for this witness, Ms. Landry?
What's up? I just want to, Mr. Anderson, how did you determine it was all a plumbing job?
There's one single invoice. It's one single location. It was the installation of water fountains, which also included running access lines. One location, one job.
So you didn't,
I mean, a single invoice.
you didn't just, because the invoice doesn't distinguish, some was plumbing and some was construction and materials for,
Yeah, I would have had no way to assess if there was other scopes involved. All I had to go by was the invoice, which it literally says install 3 new stand-up water fountains, run lines for all 3, and tied to existing fountain materials and labor. That's verbatim.
And are you finished, Ms. Landry?
Yeah.
So in assessing a total cost, materials and labor are included in one scope of work, is that right, Mr. Anderson?
Correct.
And so that's why it's 15,600. That's what the invoice indicates. There's only an indication that this is involving plumbing, is that correct?
That's correct. This is the only document I had to go by on this case.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Landry.
I just want my client to be able to explain what the job actually is, that it wasn't all plumbing.
Go ahead.
That's fine.
Go ahead, sir.
That's it.
Okay, there was 3 fountains involved. We purchased 3 fountains. All we did was add some PVC to an existing situation that was the fountain that was originally there, and then we called in a plumber to tie it in. That was it.
Licensed plumber?
Yes, sir.
Which one?
I'm assuming it was a licensed plumber. I went through Absolute Granite. I don't. He's the one that.
We've established that they're not a licensed plumber already. So.
All right, is that it? That's it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms.
already
Landry,
got it.
that's it?
That's it.
Okay.
We've already got a no contest, please.
It was a no contest.
Okay. We have a no contest, so what's the penalty?
I mean, we can keep piling on here, but I would just make a motion that in this particular case, just cost.
Second that. Temple second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Item 7, Liberty Fence and Supply LLC, or any representatives present.
Kim Landry on behalf of Liberty Supply LLC.
Jimmy Saison, Liberty Fence.
Mr. Saison has been sworn.
Liberty Fence and Supply LLC of Baton Rouge, Louisiana is before you today for consideration of an alleged violation for acting as a contractor to perform work without possessing a Louisiana State Contractor's License on the City of Gonzales Jambalaya Park Baby Pool Project in Gonzales, Louisiana, in the amount of $13,500.
How would you like to
No,
proceed?
13,000.
don't do it.
Oh, go ahead.
No contest.
Move to accept.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Go ahead, Ms. Landry.
So we can
Mr. Landry's got
call Blaine Anderson.
Mr. Anderson has been sworn.
Mr. Anderson, in front of you, exhibits number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Were they prepared in a regular and ordinary course of business of licensed board for contractors for this matter?
Yes.
Call for the exhibits into the record.
No objection.
Exhibits are admitted.
Mr. Anderson, according to the exhibits, it appears at Exhibit 2A that there's an invoice from Liberty Fence in the amount of, on invoice number 1670, dated 11/25/24. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was for materials on site for our splash pad electrical changeover. Is that correct?
You're looking at one that says November.
Page 6?
You said November the 25th?
Yes.
I got one I'm looking at. It's 1656 dated November the 12th.
Wait, which, we're on 10/7?
You may be on a 1079. It's a
76.
1076. They're similar.
That's why it's 13.5.
We're on the right page.
I don't.
We are on case 7, are we not?
Yes.
All right.
I'm gonna go by Mr. Anderson to finish the question.
Yeah, so case 107.
Okay. So, Mr. Anderson, we have case number on case. We have invoice number 1656, dated 11/12/24. Replace burnt electrical box at pool, and that is for $9,500. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's dated 11/12/24.
Correct.
Okay. And the next invoice, what is that date?
November the 12th, 2024.
And it's 1658. Is that correct?
That's the invoice number, correct.
And that is that work also related to electrical work?
Yes, sir.
And for the full amount is for $4,000?
Correct.
And that is where the total of $13,500 comes in. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time, Liberty Fence did not possess licensing with this board to perform electrical work. Is that correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
No, for Mr. Anderson. I'm just going to ask Mr. Saison to explain.
Okay.
I have no further witnesses.
So, Mr. Cezanne, the invoice 1658, that was an emergency call out, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Part of that was a baby pool pump, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The baby pool pump, was that electrical?
No.
Can you tell the board what y'all did for the baby pool pump?
We took out the pump, put in another pump, and plugged it in.
And for the replace burnt electrical box, can you tell them what occurred?
That didn't have anything to do with the pump. It was a whole different project. We had noticed that the box was burned and notified the city, and the city told us to go ahead and get them a price so we could get the work done.
And that's why in this invoice, on the emergency invoice, you said that y'all turned off that particular box.
Yes.
Okay. And then you came back later with the price and gave it to them, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's it. It doesn't encompass all electrical. That's it. And was a licensed electrician hired to do the box?
Absolutely.
And that one, I believe that's a part of the packet that shows that there was a Bowen Electrical and Handy Services was hired to perform that work.
Are they licensed?
They only had their home improvement certificate.
Yeah, they don't have a license.
They were told to.
I was assumed. I was assured.
Any questions from the board?
Any questions? All right, we got a no contest plea here, and Ms. Landry, obviously, again, recognize these thresholds ultimately and what's going on, particularly with electrical and the limitations on electrical. You realize that.
Yes, that's why.
Again, not trying to pile on you here, but it's just an obvious case to us in a lot of ways. So,
Yeah. I move that we just final cost.
we have a motion for cost.
Second.
And we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
To staff, Mr. Chair, to staff of this absolute, they did the electrical work.
Want to say that again?
Bowen? Who did the electrical?
Bowen.
Yeah.
It was Absolute Granite as well as Bowen. My understanding is that, and I spoke with the owner of Absolute Granite. He was called out. The electrical work exceeded his capabilities. He had a friend. He made a call. He made a call to Bowen Electric, asked him, can you come out and help me with this?
And
That's how Bowen got involved.
And they were licensed.
Bowen only had a home improvement certificate. They were not licensed in electrical.
But individually, they did not exceed that. Collectively, they did.
Correct.
That's our issue here.
The job was more than 10,000.
Again, look, our contractors get into these things quite a bit. You got to have a little bit of forethought. You got to look out. You know, owners and/or municipalities can lead you into a lot of these issues, and you just got to be smart enough to not fall into those traps. And it can happen. All right, thanks. Next case.
Item 8, Liberty Fence and Supply LLC. Are any representatives present?
Kim Landry on behalf of Liberty Fence and Supply.
Jimmy Cezanne, Liberty Fence.
Mr. Cezanne has been sworn.
Liberty Fence and Supply LLC of Baton Rouge, Louisiana is before you today for consideration of an alleged violation for acting as a contractor to perform work without possessing a Louisiana State Contractor's License on the City of Gonzales Jambalaya Park Splash Pad Project, Gonzales, Louisiana, in the amount of $13,800.
No contest.
Move to accept.
Till the second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Call Blaine Anderson.
Mr. Anderson has been sworn.
Mr. Anderson, in front of you, exhibits number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Were they prepared in the regular and ordinary course of business of license of board for contractors for this matter?
Yes.
We'll offer the exhibits into the record.
No objection.
Mr. Anderson, according to, I'm sorry. I didn't let you say anything.
Exhibits are admitted.
Mr. Anderson, if we go to Exhibit 2A, invoice 1670, what is that invoice for?
That's an invoice from Liberty Fence to the City of Gonzales, $4,925 on November the 25th, 2024.
And it's for a splash pad?
This is materials on site for splash pad and electrical changeover.
Okay. The next invoice of 1671?
Correct.
Is that for the splash pad as well?
Correct.
And is that electrical box, breakers, and receptacles installation?
Correct.
for $4,400?
Correct.
Is that the same day?
That is the same day, November 25th, 2024.
And the next one, page 10, splash pad, 1125, invoice 1672. Is that also for electrical on the same splash pad?
Correct.
And that's for $4,475?
Correct.
So the total's $13,800, all on November 25th, 24, all for a splash pad. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Liberty Fence did not possess electrical licensing with this board to perform work on a commercial project or to perform electrical work at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
No questions. And just so there's an explanation, were you originally hired to do the electrical box?
Right. I was told to come out and replace the entire electrical box, which that was the first step.
And that was going to be under $10,000, correct?
Yes. And then when we got the electrical box off the wall, wires that were running up to the electrical box were burnt and stuff. So we had to come back and tell them, hey, this is not going to pass inspection. So that's what the electrician said, not me. So there was a couple other steps after the fact.
But all one job. And he gets that. And he's.
Might I ask why are you invoicing 3 different invoices on the same day? Why not put it all on one invoice?
The reason why I did that is I did it all at one time. I don't invoice as the jobs are finished. I just did it all at one time, and there were 3 different prices for that particular job.
So when you issue an invoice, do you issue it the day you do the work?
No.
When do you issue an invoice?
After it's all done. And all those were done before I.
Do you do them every day, or do you do them once a week?
No, I do them about once a week, sometimes once every 2 weeks.
Right, but when you're invoicing for one site location, one project, why wouldn't you put 3 entries on one invoice?
Because they sent me a price on what it was the first time. So I got that approved. And then when they found some other problems, I sent that in and they got that approved. And then another problem, I sent that in and got it approved. So that's why you have 3 different invoices. It all did not happen under one situation. Every time they did something, they'd already completed that job, and they go, well, this is another issue. And that's the reason why we had because that's the way the city works. We need a price.
You give them a price for the job, and if you find another problem, you have to give them another price for the next job. You can't combine them. You have to give a different invoice for everyone. So it's not intentional to try to hide. That's how they do business.
You do realize now, I mean, this is the way you were thinking when you got the jobs, but today you realize as soon as you got the second job at the same location on the same electrical box that you knew was going to exceed $10,000, you should have stopped and said, I can't do this. I mean, I'm a little concerned that you
hindsight,
don't
yes, you're absolutely right. Hindsight, yes. But now I have to go back and relive all this. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, all right. So, that's it? You done?
That's it, I'm
I
done.
now need a penalty, I think.
Again, I'd make a motion for 1,000 cost.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
One last comment. It's a little discouraging. While it's obvious you should have known the law, being a licensed contractor before and all these things, but at some point in time, we need to make a point to the municipalities and such. We don't discourage doing business with small businesses. They certainly have a place, and we encourage the support of those. That's how they become large and legitimate businesses in a lot of ways. But oftentimes they lead our contractors down a path that they know knowingly that ultimately you're going to end up in this situation. I think it's disingenuous, and it's it needs to be looked at. We as a municipality should know our own state laws, and we should follow those. So it happens a lot, and unfortunately it does. But it's my soapbox for the day. So thanks.
So may I make the request again, ask y'all to take up again the possibility of waiving the fines and not the cost, if he obtains his commercial license within 180 days.
Why don't you get that license and you can appeal that to us, and I think the board will reconsider.
Thank you.
That sound fair?
Sounds fair.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. Good job.
Thank you.
Next case.
Staff is requesting Toth Construction LLC be continued to January 15th.
Move to.
Got a motion? Need a second?
Motion second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We continue that. Next case.
Manson Services, Inc., or any representatives present?
Let the record reflect the known is present on behalf of Manson Services, Inc.
Manson Services, Inc. of Metairie, Louisiana is before you today for consideration of an alleged violation for misrepresentation of fact by an applicant in obtaining a license.
Call Kristen McKee.
Ms. McKee has been sworn.
Ms. McKee, in front of you are exhibits number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Were they prepared in the regular and ordinary course of business of the Licensing Board for Contractors for this matter?
Yes, sir.
We offer those exhibits into the record.
Exhibits are admitted.
Renewal held up.
Ms. McKee, in front of you, as it relates to exhibit number 4, the notice of violation and of this hearing date was provided to Manson Services, Inc. by certified mail. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the reason that we're here today, explain to the board why we're presenting this to them today.
He lied on his application for question 6 for have you or your principals ever been convicted of a felony or misdemeanor? He failed to disclose his previous convictions that existed.
And he had previous convictions for insurance fraud
That's
that he
correct.
pled guilty to.
That's correct.
And he also had a forged certificate of insurance.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, the company did. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was done through. Was their qualifying party was Kenneth Leday, correct?
That's correct.
And his case is coming up next. And so a license was issued to Manson Services, Inc. based on his application, in which he made misrepresentations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And let me ask Ms. Karen Morgan. Ms. Morgan, is Manson Services, Inc. currently licensed?
Yes, sir.
And what licenses do they hold?
They hold commercial roofing and sheet metal. They've held that since April of 2006. They hold residential construction. They've held that since September of 23. Kenneth Leday filed a disassociation of QP qualifying party on August the 8th of this year, and their new qualifying party is William Young.
So currently, Manson Services, Inc. does have a qualifying party?
Yes, sir.
So, Ms. McKee, at the time of the issuance of the license in September of 2023, Mr. Leday was the applicant, is that correct?
That's correct.
And he was the qualifying party?
That's correct.
And he had made a misrepresentation on that particular application?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
I have no further questions. So the Manson Services has come before the board because of this misapplication. It appears that after notice, they did have Mr. Leday withdraw as a qualifying party. Is he still an owner? Is he still an owner? And he is not, from the evidence we have, not an owner. But we submitting it to the board because of that misapplication, that application in which he was deceptive in his representations, and he's going to come up later to withdraw his qualifying party status. But we submit here today that Manson did supply a fraudulent application, and you can do what you want with that.
Motion to find him guilty.
Till the second.
Motion and a second.
That's it.
All in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd say we fine him $2,000 plus court costs, or them, I should say. Manson Services.
We can't get a got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Only for the
You can only, because of this application, you can only do the admin costs.
Okay, only do the admin costs, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would just say the cost.
$1,000.
Cost of hearing, $1,000, cost of hearing.
What about his license?
I'm sorry.
Well, he's talking about licensure issues, and maybe we can get to that. I don't know.
We're going to get to Mr. Leday.
Yeah. All right, so I would amend my motion again to be $1,000 cost.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Kenneth John Leday or any representatives present.
Let the record reflect the notice present on behalf of Kenneth John Leday.
Kenneth John Leday of Metairie, Louisiana is before you today for consideration of an alleged violation for misrepresentation of fact by an applicant in obtaining a license.
Call Kristen McKee.
Ms. McKee has been sworn.
Ms. McKee, in front of you, exhibits number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Were they prepared in the ordinary and regular course of business of the Licensed Board of Contractors for this matter?
Yes, sir.
We offer the exhibits into the record.
Exhibits are admitted.
Ms. McKee, as for notice of the violation and of this hearing, Mr. McKee was served by certified mail. Is that correct?
Mr.
I'm sorry, Mr. Leday.
Yes, sir.
Not Mr. McKee. I'm sorry. It's already been a long day. Why is Mr. Leday here before the board?
Because he failed to disclose his previous convictions on his application.
Okay.
He lied.
And so he actually had a conviction in which he pled guilty to insurance fraud. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was not included in his application before this board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he also has he did have other convictions for other crimes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he served time for that? He served some time in prison for that?
Yes, sir.
And so we're requesting here today that Mr. Leday's application, qualifying party status, be revoked based on his misstatements and in his application. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We submit to the board that Kenneth J. Leday violated Louisiana contractors licensing laws by submitting false information in his application to become a qualifying party with this board. We ask that his qualifying party status be revoked.
Motion finding guilty.
Till the second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Motion to revoke.
Who is he qualifying currently? He withdrew, is that correct?
He did, but he still has a qualifying party status so that he can apply it to other companies.
Okay.
Motion to revoke his status as qualifying party.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Delcon LLC or any representatives present.
Let the record reflect the notice present on behalf of Delcon LLC.
Delcon LLC of Gonzales, Louisiana is before you today for consideration of alleged violations for problems relating to the ability of the contractor to engage in the business of contracting and for efforts to deceive or defraud the public.
Call Clay Rivas.
Mr. Reeves has been sworn.
Mr. Rivas, in front of you, exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4. Were they prepared in the regular and ordinary course of business of the Licensed Board for Contractors for this matter?
Yes, sir.
We offer the exhibits into the record.
Exhibits are admitted.
Mr. Rivas, according to exhibit number 4, it appears that Delcon was provided with notice of its violation and of this hearing date by certified mail. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Hold on one second. According to the records, well, let's go ahead. Why don't you go ahead and explain to the board why Delcon LLC is before the board today?
Yes, sir. Good morning. This was a project that The actual project was conducted out of state. Mr. Delat Delcon was the general contractor for a project for the city of Mobile, Alabama. There arose a dispute over payment between Mr. Delat or Delcon and two of the subcontractors, to which the two subcontractors filed liens with the city of Mobile. At some point later, each of the contractors was contacted regarding lien releases that had been sent to the city, to which they replied, we didn't file any lien releases. At that point, both subcontractors then filed criminal complaints with the sheriff's office with Ascension Parish. In doing so, the sheriff's office brought in both Mr. and Mrs. Delat for questioning. Mrs. Delat was first. She is a Louisiana notary public. She admitted that that I believe the first statement that she said was that she often notarizes documents for the company. She's Mr. Delat's wife. She notarizes documents for the company and often does so without actually seeing the signature being presented in front of her. Afterward, the sheriff's office spoke with Mr. Delat, who admitted that he knew that the lien releases had been falsified, even going so far as to state that he was aware that they weren't going to sign them, which is the reason why they were sent. The sheriff's office then filed charges against both of them for forgery.
So so the reason that Delcon LLC is before this board is because they had liens on their projects, and they falsified lien releases, and the owner's wife notarized falsified lien releases. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. And they were both aware that they were falsified when they were sent.
So we submit to the board that Delcon LLC is guilty of problems related to performance as a contractor based on their actions in which liens were placed on their projects in Mobile, and then to follow up with that, they falsified lien releases to obtain payment. And additional to that, that is an effort to deceive the public by creating lien releases on a public project to obtain payment. And so we submit to the board based on the evidence that is in these exhibits, that Delcon LLC's license should be revoked.
Motion to revoke. Motion to find them guilty.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So the board knows there are two licenses. There's a residential and a commercial license, and we're asking for both.
Are they both same qualifying party as well?
Yes, sir.
All right, motion to revoke the license.
Second. Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
We didn't cite the QP.
James
What's that?
Bourgeois Contractor, Inc., or any representatives present?
Got a license.
Good morning. Brent Abity representing James Bourgeois Contractor.
Abity.
Correct.
James Honore Bourgeois.
All right, Mr. Bourgeois, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
James Bourgeois Contractor, Inc. of Raceland, Louisiana is before you today for consideration of alleged violations for failure to maintain adequate records and provide such to the board within 72 hours upon request, and for problems related to the ability of the contractor to engage in the business of contracting at 24143 Highway 1 in Golden Meadow, Louisiana, the amount of $497,075.43.
Mr. Bourgeois, I'm saying that right? Bourgeois?
Bourgeois.
Bourgeois, how would you like to plead to the alleged violation?
Not guilty.
Okay.
Call Lori LaRose.
Ms. LaRose has been sworn.
Ms. LaRose, in front of you.
Excuse me 1 second. We got a few preliminary matters because some motions have been filed in the record on this case that I think we at least ought to get a ruling on before we start with the presentation.
Okay, what motions have been filed?
Well, first there was a motion to recuse that was filed.
Okay, I haven't seen.
Do you have the record in this case?
No, nobody sent me
Okay,
anything.
well, so Andrew certainly is aware of this because we've had a discussion about this and it should be in the record.
So what motion are you asking?
Well, first we've got the motion to recuse.
Recuse who?
To recuse the board.
Okay. You want to recuse the whole board?
Well, actually, we filed a motion to recuse the whole board, and it was based upon the fact that there's a pending civil rights action in this case in federal court, and I'm sure Mr. Mellett and Mr. Temple are aware that they're the named representatives of the board in that civil rights action. So I would just suggest to the board and to both Mr. Mellett and Mr. Temple that recusation is appropriate under the law of Louisiana with regard to judges because you're acting as judges. The second problem that I would like to point out is that under the Code of Ethics, which is Title 42, Section 1112A and D, and also 421120.4, that board members are prohibited from participating in hearings where they have a substantial economic interest. And in this particular case, because of some legal maneuvering by your lawyers, you had to be named individually. So I would suggest to you that since you're named individually in a civil rights action which could result in monetary damages, that you have the requisite substantial economic interest that would require you to be disqualified under the Code of Ethics as well as under the recusation statutes under both civil and criminal law. And I just want to make sure that we're clear on this. I've watched the board today. You guys have exercised incredible compassion and patience. None of these motions and none of what we're talking about here today is intended to reflect on the board or any of the individuals on the board individually. Many years ago, I was a licensed contractor. I respect and we have great respect for everything that the board does. This is what I'm required to do under my code of ethics as an attorney in the proper representation of my client.
You want the whole board or just me and Mr. Tim?
Well, I would suggest that the whole board should be recused at least under the recusal statute, but certainly I have to say that I know that y'all certainly want to comply with the ethics standards under the Code of Ethics. And so you have to make the decision whether or not the motion is to recuse you. You have to make the decision as to whether or not you want to recuse yourselves.
If you want to recuse yourself, you can recuse yourself. However, my position on this particular action, we're asking for the board to recuse itself as it relates to the regulation of the construction industry is inappropriate because under 2153, the powers of the board is hereby vested with the authority requisite and necessary to carry out the intent of the provisions of this chapter. The board shall have the power to make, amend, and repeal bylaws, rules, and regulations for the proper administration and enforcement of this chapter, and to carry out all the purposes thereof in accordance with the Administrative Procedures Act. The enumeration of these specific matters which may be made and subject to the rules and regulations shall not be construed to limit general powers of the board to make all rules and regulations necessary to fully effectuate the purpose of this chapter. So based on the legislative statement, this board is in fact vested with the power, and there's no one else vested with that power to regulate the construction industry. So essentially what has been argued by Mr. Aberday is that every time a construction case comes before this board, they can argue that because you are contractors, at least some of you, that you have to recuse yourself because you allegedly have a vested interest in every case that comes before you. Well, the legislature has determined, first of all, who gets appointed to this board, which includes contractors, and also has determined that you are the sole party vested with that power. After you make a decision, there are appellate rights that fall under the Administrative Procedures Act. And those rights then go through the Administrative Procedures Act. So my position as prosecuting and as representing this board is that, no, you're the only parties that can make these determinations. And if this was allowed to stand by Mr. Aberday, that would mean that every single time that there is a claim, you have to recuse yourself. every single time. So we would have all of the decisions we have made today, you would have had to recuse yourself based on his reasoning. Now, the second one is that Mr. Mallett and Mr. Temple were named as parties. Now, I don't know what legal maneuvering they're stating that why you were named as parties. There was no legal maneuvering done before this particular lawsuit was filed. But if you want to choose to recuse yourself, you can do that. We still have enough members here in the board that can make a decision. If you don't want to be a part to it, that's fine. However, again, it falls back on the same principle that you are the persons who make those decisions, and you have been empowered by the legislature to make those decisions. And someone going and filing a lawsuit against you to try to force you off of making those decisions, we believe is inappropriate, because that is what you have been vested with. And so my submission to you is that no, his motion is wrong, and I think that Ms. Tanika is going to have to make that decision, not you. But that's our position, is that no, the legislature has vested you with the authority to make decisions, and as such, you are obligated to carry those out.
So the proper procedure here is to vote on his motion or just go forward?
No, that Ms. Starks can make a decision as to whether or not his motion is appropriate, and then we move forward.
I would just like to add one thing, with all due respect to Mr. Landreau. The motion to recuse included a request that this board simply refer this case to a regular administrative law judge, because the board has the power to refer cases like that. You have the power to delegate that authority. And so the whole purpose of that was to simply say, this should be referred to administrative law judge, because this is not your typical case. This isn't like all the cases you heard today. All right, this is a case where, let's just say, for example, you were involved in an intersectional accident with a traffic light. And you get there and you say, I had the green light. The other guy says he had the green light. You get a ticket. Everybody files lawsuits against each other. This is Louisiana. All right. You go to court to contest your ticket. And you're rather surprised to find that the judge was the driver of the other car. So this is only to preserve the integrity of the process and to make sure that it's fair and just. And that's why we requested simply that it be referred to an administrative law.
The difference there is I'm on this lawsuit because I'm the chairman and he's the chairman. That's why we're in this suit. So
that's correct.
We're not the judges. That scenario just doesn't apply to us. If I wasn't chairman and he was chairman, he'd be named. So I don't really understand how you come up with that assertion, but that's fine. What else you got?
Yeah. Well, do you want to rule on this motion?
We'll get ready to.
Are Mr. Mallett and Mr. Temple named personally in the suit?
Yes, they are, because their attorneys from the Attorney General's office said that you can't sue them in their official capacities in a civil rights case in federal court, so they had to be named individually.
Mr. Landreau?
Well, I'm not handling the federal court case. It's being held by the Long Law Firm. However, that's not a complete characterization of what the objection was. The objection was that as suing them in their individual capacities, they are acting as the board at all times, and in an attempt to avoid that exception, which had not yet been decided by the judge, there was an amended petition filed that named them personally separate from them being members of the board, to avoid the federal court making a decision. And I don't know if the federal court has made a decision on that particular issue yet. However, I believe that to be an inappropriate amendment to the federal court claim, and again, that's being handled by the Long Law Firm, and they'll handle it appropriately.
Ms. Starks and Mr. Landreau, if just in,
My concern is the named parties.
Okay, well, I'm saying right quick, we have a quorum without these two gentlemen.
Okay.
And we could proceed, and I, as vice chair, could handle the proceedings, and they could recuse themselves, so we can move on.
That's fine with me.
If that pleases everyone.
Absolutely.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, you can recuse yourself. I mean, they can
Mr.
recuse
Chair,
themselves.
I'll move to recuse myself.
I need to.
So we would the record reflect that Mr. Mallett and Mr. Temple recuse themselves, I should say. All right.
Thank you.
But you still can stay. You can stay and you can observe.
You can stay and observe. You don't have to go anywhere.
You just can't
You must think I have
I-
some undue influence here, so I'm gonna.
And I think technically you might be able to ask questions. You can't make any decisions, though.
No, I'm getting.
So, all right. Well,
Actually,
let's proceed.
under the code of ethics, they can't participate at all.
Yeah, okay.
So, and-
I've seen
all right,
different rulings there, too, so let's go ahead.
Anything else, Mr. Abity?
Yes, ma'am. There was also a motion filed in the record to dismiss this case for the insufficiency of the notices because the notices failed to include the necessary statements of facts which are required by the statutes to delineate these violations. The notices only tell him what law he supposedly violated. They don't give him any of the facts that support the charges. And under the statutes, they're required to provide those facts.
What statutes?
What you saying? Right.
Title 49, Section 975B1. Title 49, Section 977.3, subsection or subparagraph C.
And can you read those to me?
Well, I didn't read the actual statutes with me because this was all filed months ago in the record. I understand.
Yeah.
This is all filed months ago in the record. In my email cover, I specifically asked them to make sure that they were in the record for you. Okay, and it was all brief. You know, and I really think that'd be inappropriate for me to stand here and read you my entire brief. But, you know, it requires fact pleading. And it says specifically that you have to have a short and concise statement, a short and plain statement of the matters asserted. All right. And then it says that has to be the facts that support that. Well, there's no facts in these notices. And without facts, it's kind of a challenge to try to to respond to them and prepare a defense. And so this fails both under the requirements of due process and the requirements of specifically stated in the statutes. So I would just tell you, just like you can have an insufficient indictment or an insufficient bill of information in a criminal case, these are insufficient notices for these charges.
So, my submission first is that the notice as submitted was not insufficient. However, even argumentatively, if that was true, that notice was submitted to him in March of 2025. Since then, there's been litigation of claims in the federal court. We have provided him with all of the documents that are part of this, we made part of this record, and I've responded to interrogatories providing the specific allegations that have been made against him. So whether or not he had notice, not only that, but Mr. Abity himself has requested continuances over and over again because of either, I don't know, it might have been an illness at one point, then it might have been a trip that he took. I can't remember all of the reasons, but for over 7 months, information has been provided to Mr. Abity and to Mr. Bourgeois sufficient for him to defend his case, and he knows all of the charges against him and why they're here and the basis of them and the facts of them. And in fact, documents were being produced to him that specifically illustrate all of the facts. So I submit that even if initially, which I submit that it wasn't incorrect, the notice, even if it was incorrect, that has been remedied by all of the information that has since been provided to him for him to appear here today. And, you know, he could have said, before we got here today, he could have sent another letter to me or filed another motion, said, hey, the information you provided, Mr. Landreneau, is not good enough for me to even know why I'm defending this claim. I don't think that's the case because we provided all that information, and he knows why we're here today. It's not confusing to them. They have had over 7 months to prepare for this particular hearing.
Here, I found an extra copy. Mr. Landreneau, would you like a copy?
Sure.
And Mr. Landreneau, is this something that we can proceed and his pending he can pursue his own legal channels outside. I mean, we've got something simple right here.
He can after you make a decision here, he can make an appeal just as the Administrative Procedures Act provides.
All right.
Let's take a 10-minute break. Can we do that?
What's that?
Can we take a 10-minute break?
2 minutes.
Motion. Break.
Motion for that.
Motion to take a 10-minute break.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, let's get back here by noon.
And if I'd appreciate if no one would leave. Everybody that's in here, come back, please.
Yeah.
And Ms. Starks, if you're prepared for us to come back in, we'll come back. City of Gonzales call out a fence guy that knows. He calls it come to top guy to do plumbing and electrical. That's what I was thinking the whole time. That's a really bad story. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
I was wondering. That's interesting. How you been doing, all right? Doing good. Your son's doing right. I see him.
Yeah, he is. He drove me up today.
He did. I didn't see him.
Well, he went to a DOT
bid levy or
conference or something, and I'm gonna meet him at Christmas. Yeah. Dad's doing okay. And
he's a little bit. He's not upset, but the fact that he could go to the office the rest of his life, the only thing, we sold the whole company.
No, I didn't know.
And we're all, my generation, retired. We did very, very well. Yeah.
God bless you. You deserve it.
We're 80 years, but he went to that office every day of his whole life. Still goes today.
Well, he wanted to just get him another office.
That's what he does. But he wanted to go. He likes that office.
I see.
But he's
Lee Mallet. Oh, sorry. My apologies. I'm sorry, guys.
Right.
Lee Mallet, William Pluot,
Here.
Brian Bordelon, Noah Broussard, Kristen Brown, Kyle Connell,
Here.
Kim Giovanni, Courtney Finay,
Here.
David Gallo,
Here.
Adam Gwynn, Stephen Hackworth,
Here.
Harvey Honore,
Here.
Curtis Joseph, Donald Lambert,
Here.
Adam Lopez.
Andy Lopez.
I'm sorry,
That's okay.
Andy Lopez.
Here, present.
Garland Meredith,
Here.
Christopher Stewart, Elliot Temple, Keith Tillage.
Here.
We have a quorum. Adam Gwynn,
Here.
we have a quorum.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Landrino, you said you wanted to make a statement first.
As I was reviewing this motion to dismiss, in addition to the arguments I'd made before, I noticed that he's asking for you to also make a decision on rules and laws being unconstitutional, which I think requires notice to the Attorney General's office for them to appear.
I do not think I have the authority to do that. I was going to make that statement.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Abity?
Well, that was certainly in the motion. I will just tell you, Mr. Landrino and I had a discussion about that, and we probably were in agreement that I don't think the board really has the legal authority to rule something unconstitutional.
Yeah, and I don't think I do either. So I will bypass that motion.
The other thing I will say is that in part, I would be in a position to withdraw the challenge to the constitutionality of the 2158A11 if the court would like to consider that there is in fact another statute, because that was the whole basis for that was a vagueness in the, who knows what problems that's referring to. But I just recently found in another statute, 372156.1, which immediately very closely precedes this one. They use virtually identical language, and it has some language in it that much more clearly explains what the limited scope of the subsection 11 is. So if you would like to consider that and
I'm not going to rule on any
okay, that's fine. That's fine.
anything regarding the rules or the unconstitutionality or the vagueness of the rules. I'm just here to apply the rules.
That's fine. It'll come up later.
Okay. As to your motion to dismiss, I'm going to deny it. As you know, you have your appellate rights. My ruling is that I think the document here, the notice is sufficient as to what was violated, and being that you have already requested discovery and y'all have gone through that process, I think there is sufficient evidence here that your client has enough information to defend his case here.
Okay.
I think that's everything in there.
Well, I've got
the motion to
that covers that motion, and that covers the other motion that was
okay.
filed
So I've covered
previously on
everything.
the motion to recuse. I think I have one more preliminary matter.
And what is that?
And that is actually in the course of litigating the federal case, I came across a very recent United States Supreme Court case called SEC versus Jarkessi. And I'll provide the court and Mr. Landry with copies of that opinion. It's so recent it doesn't even have an actual citation yet, but it was in June 27th is the date, and it's in 603 U.S. at some page which is not yet determined. This particular case was very specific in that the SEC, just like this board, has regulatory authority over certain entities and has the power to convene these same kinds of hearings, administrative hearings, and fine people. And the United States Supreme Court determined that under those circumstances, because of the nature of the fines and the proceedings, that in fact those litigants are entitled to request a trial by jury. And so based on the Jarkessi case and the constitutional right under the 7th Amendment and the 14th Amendment, we would request that this be referred to the court for a trial by jury.
I'm going to deny that as well, Mr. Anthony.
And please understand, all this is so that we have a complete record for the
Yes, sir.
appellate court.
I understand.
Because they love to tell you did not raise your issues at trial, so you can't appeal them.
I
And so,
understand.
This is, I'm not trying to delay things. I'm just making the appropriate record so that just in case we have to appeal, it's correct. I've done my job, and the Court of Appeal won't say, sorry, can't listen to you.
I understand.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Are we ready to move forward with the matter at hand?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Did we read out the alleged violation and got the plea?
Yes.
And Mr. Landry?
Call Lori LaRose.
Ms. LaRose has been sworn.
Ms. LaRose, in front of you are exhibits number 1, 2, and attached to exhibit number 2 are A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, and exhibit number 3 and exhibit number 4. Were those exhibits prepared in the regular and ordinary course of the Licensing Board for Contractors, and were they in fact prepared by you?
They were.
We offer those exhibits into the record.
Any objections?
My objection is that I believe that's the exhibit packet.
Yes, sir.
Is that it? And I will certainly not object to the submission or admission of all the documents that were actually prepared by the board or its staff. The other documents that are in that packet are not their business records, and they would need to properly authenticate those.
Counsel?
I think Ms. Lori LaRose just said that she prepared this exhibit packet, and as an administrative process, she personally observed the preparation of these exhibits into this exhibit packet, and under the administrative process, even documents that might be somewhat considered hearsay, which I assume that's what his actual argument is, are admissible.
I don't disagree that under the relaxed rules in this forum, they may be admissible. I'm just pointing out that those documents don't meet the requirements of the Code of Evidence.
Okay. Your objection is noted, and it is overruled. And the exhibits are, you don't have anything else? That's the only objection?
That's all. Until we get to them, we'll see what they say.
Okay. Exhibits are admitted.
Ms. LaRose, why has James Bourgeois Contractor Inc. been brought before this board?
I was assigned this project by my supervisor. We tried multiple times to request documents from Mr. Bourgeois, and we had not received adequate documents. He was uncooperative in turning them in. We were informed by the permit office. I was informed by the permit office that Mr. Bourgeois instructed the permit office to allow Shane Guidry and Charles Babb to pull permits under his license.
Okay. So he's here before this board because he did not comply with the submission of records as requested by you?
That's correct.
And did you communicate with him more than one time?
Yes, sir.
And did he ever tell you why he was not providing records for this project?
No, sir.
Did you ever eventually obtain records from James Bourgeois for this project?
We did receive some records, yes, sir.
Okay. And what records did you receive? If you know and can identify.
I can find them. They were on E and F of the like there was some True Value, some lumber, Golden Lumber invoices. We never really got information, clear information on electrical, mechanical, plumbing.
So how is it that this particular case came to your attention or the board's attention?
The agency received a complaint, and I was assigned by a complaint stating that an unlicensed contractor named Shane Guidry was performing work on this project.
And so was this project 24143 Highway 1, Golden Meadow, Louisiana?
Yes, sir.
And was this project owned by Nita Lindsley?
Yes, sir.
And this was a camp build, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the approximate cost of that project was what?
$497,075.43.
Did Mr. James Bourgeois ever provide to you any information regarding the subcontractors that he used on this project?
He did provide some, yes, sir.
Okay. Did he provide you with all of the contractors?
No, sir.
Did he provide you with any personal payment records from James Bourgeois to the subcontractors?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you that he does not have payment records to any of the subcontractors?
No, sir.
In your investigation, did you have occasion to speak with Shane Guidry at all?
Yes, sir.
And what did you learn from Shane Guidry?
Mr. Guidry, let me find my spot here. Mr. Guidry told us that he pulled the permit with Mr. Bourgeois' license. He also stated that Mr. Bourgeois hadn't been to the project up until the point that we had come for the cease and desist.
Did Mr. Guidry represent to you that he has performed other projects with Mr. Bourgeois?
He did.
Okay. And does Mr. Guidry have a license to perform residential construction work?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Guidry on this particular project pull a permit using James Bourgeois' license?
Yes, sir.
Did you learn anything from the permit office when you had discussions with the permit office?
Yes, I received an email in February of this year from the permit office listing all the permits that were pulled under Mr. Bourgeois' license, and they were all pulled by either Shane Guidry or Charles Babb.
Okay. So if we turn to page 176 of your packet in front of you.
176.
Which is in exhibit, I'm trying to see the exhibit number.
Q.
Exhibit Q, 2Q, in Exhibit 2Q. There's a permit pulled by Charles Babb, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's for 209 Fairfield Drive in Thibodeau, is that
That's
correct?
correct.
And James Bourgeois Contractor is listed as the contractor.
That is correct.
Was it your understanding that Charles Babb pulled that permit using Mr. Bourgeois' license with approval from Mr. Bourgeois?
Objection.
Sure objection?
The objection is that you're asking her for an opinion as to whether or not her understanding is whether or not Mr. Bourgeois gave his permission for pulling that permit. This is hearsay within hearsay, purely speculation.
Rephrase your question, Counsel.
Again, the question is it your understanding that Charles Babb had permission from Mr. Bourgeois to pull the permit? Mr. Bourgeois is, in fact, a litigant in this case, and if he wants to refute it, he can come up and refute this, but if it's her understanding, she can testify to it.
Yes, sir. It is my understanding.
If you go to page 177, is that another permit that was pulled by Charles Babb?
Yes, sir.
Did he use Mr. Bourgeois' license to pull that permit?
Yes, sir.
And that was for 511 Pleasure Lane, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the next one is the Shane Guidry pulling a permit, is that correct?
That's correct.
From Miss Lindsley's property, that's what we're hearing about today, correct?
That's correct.
And he used Mr. Bourgeois' license to pull that?
That's correct.
And your understanding is Mr. Bourgeois gave him permission to do that, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then the next one at page 179 is another permit pulled by Charles Babb, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, using Mr. Bourgeois' contractor's license, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was at 104 Autumn Ridge, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, it was your understanding that Mr. Babb had permission from Mr. Bourgeois to pull that permit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did that
Objection.
information that you, I'm sorry.
Mr. Landry, can you rephrase that question? As to if
It was your understanding that Mr. Bourgeois gave permission to pull that permit?
It was my understanding, yes, sir.
Again, Mr. Bourgeois can testify as to whether correctness or not of that. She can testify as to her understanding.
that the witness refrain from answering until you actually rule.
I agree. Mr. Landry,
Can't we ask her how he arrived at that, how she arrived at that?
thank you.
Yes. How did you arrive at the information that Mr. Bourgeois gave permission to pull those permits?
I had asked the permit office in Lafourche Parish to send me copies of any permits that were pulled by Mr. Bourgeois, and all of them on the applicant line were either Charles Babb or James Bourgeois. So I called and they confirmed to me that Mr. Bourgeois went in and gave permission, instructed them to allow Shane Guidry and Charles Babb to pull the permits. And later on, during the investigation, Detective Fogarty with Lafourche Parish confirmed that as well.
Thank you.
From the sheriff's office, correct?
Correct.
And he went to the permit office and actually confirmed that information. Is that correct?
Correct.
At page 180, there's another permit that has been pulled. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Again, this was pulled by Charles Babb. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And for 133 Lake Accardo Avenue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, from your investigation, was it your understanding that Mr. Bourgeois gave Mr. Babb permission to pull that permit?
That was my understanding, yes.
Rephrase your question.
From your investigation and in this matter, was it your understanding that Mr. Bourgeois gave Mr. Babb permission to pull that permit?
Wait.
Oh, why don't you just ask him, how did she figure out?
He said the same.
He's already said, she's already testified to that.
Yeah.
She's already testified that all of these permits were, her investigation revealed that Mr. Bourgeois gave the permit office permission to pull these permits.
And when you ask that question, can you allow her to state that so he doesn't have to keep making the same objection?
All right. Did the permit office advise you that Mr. Bourgeois gave Mr. Babb permission to pull this permit for 133 Lake Accordo Avenue?
So I'm going to object.
Okay.
We've got completely anonymous hearsay here.
Okay, I'm gonna let it in because the rules here are relaxed.
Right. I know.
All
I
right,
understand.
thank you.
The next one at page 181 is another permit that was pulled by Charles Babb. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did your investigation conversations with the permit office advise that Mr. Bourgeois gave Mr. Babb permission to pull that permit?
Same.
Yes, sir.
I need you to speak up when you make your objection.
Same objection. Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to this question about whether her understanding is somebody from some phantom source?
I think your objection is noted, but I'll let her testify.
Could we not state that during her investigation that it revealed that? Is that legitimate? I'm no lawyer, but
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to object to you coaching you're the adjudicator. You're not allowed to.
Okay,
to coach the
all
witnesses.
right. Let's stop
we
that.
actually get some.
When you ask your question to Miss, got the lady name. Is this Miss
LaRose?
Miss LaRose. Allow her. When you ask the question, if he's going to object, allow him to object. If he does object, I'll see what the objection is. I'll rule an objection. Allow her to answer the question. If you're going to ask that question with this continuous objection, ask the question how she's going to reveal the testimony. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the continuing objection is noted.
That's fine. I don't want to disrupt the proceedings. I just need to get this on the record.
No, I understand.
Miss LaRose, at page 181, what is that document?
This is a permit. The applicant was Charles Babb, and the contractor on file was James Bourgeois Contractor.
And at what address was that?
That one is 107 Oak Lawn Drive, Thibodaux.
And what did your investigation reveal about that permit?
That the permit was pulled by Charles Babb, and that Mr. Bourgeois gave permission for that.
Okay, thank you. As we sit in here today, the violation that is been proposed against Mr. Bourgeois is for failure to produce records. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. There is also another violation that relates to A11, 37:2058 A11, problems relating to the ability of the contractor and its qualifying party or any of its principal owners or principal shareholders to engage in the business of contracting as demonstrated by the contracting business history of experience. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you provided that notice of that violation also to Mr., or the board did, to Mr. Bourgeois, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you find that Mr. Bourgeois performed any work through his company on Nita Lindsley's property?
All of the documentation that I have received shows that he did not.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with Miss Nita Lindsley?
I did.
Did Miss Nita Lindsley ever see Mr. James Bourgeois prior to today?
No, she has never met him.
During your investigation, did you find that there was a contract that had been signed to perform the work on Miss Lindsley's property?
Yes, sir. There was an original contract signed by Miss Lindsley. It's letter N.
Exhibit 2N at page 156 of the
And-
exhibit packet?
Yes, sir. And this shows the original copy of the contract signed by Miss Lindsley and Shane Guidry Construction.
And what was the date of that contract?
It is February 3rd, 2024.
And did Miss Lindsley provide you with that contract?
She did.
As if you notice on page 157, there's an email to you, is that correct? Or well, actually, it's to Joe Anderson, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's where the record was, that particular contract was provided, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did that contract at some point get modified or changed?
It did. According to Ms. Lindsley, she received an email from Mr. Guidry in October of 2024 asking her to sign the final page of the contract again. And the new document she was asked to sign listed James Bourgeois Contractor as the contractor to replace Shane Guidry.
Okay, so if we look at Exhibit M, 2M, I'm sorry, at page 154. Was this the page that was sent to Ms. Lindsley for her to re-sign?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. And in that one, it changed from Shane Landry to James Bourgeois, is that correct?
Shane Guidry to James Bourgeois, yes, sir.
Was this after an investigation had been started by this board?
This was shortly after the cease and desist had been issued.
Your Honor, I just need to, they've made reference in this testimony to this contract that was supposedly re-signed. The only thing I have is this last page. I don't have this contract that the council's referring to, this new contract. Do you have that contract?
No, she testified that this was a page that was sent to Ms. Lindsley for her to sign.
So this is a page, this isn't a contract. Is that correct?
I said that, was there a, okay.
You asked if there was a change to the contract.
Is there an objection, Mr. Abity?
Yes, there is an objection. There's an objection that there was testimony about a contract, and he made reference to a contract in these exhibits. I'm trying to find it in the exhibits, and it's not here.
There's one.
Yeah.
Page 31.
Where is it?
Page 31.
Yeah. Miss LaRose, if we turn to page 31 of the exhibit packet, was this a contract that was provided to you when you requested records from Mr. Bourgeois?
That's correct.
And in that particular contract, if we turn to page 38, there's a signature representing James Bourgeois, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that particular page at page 38 is the same page that if we go back to Exhibit M at 154, at page 154 is the unsigned document that was actually sent, at page 155, I'm sorry, that was actually sent to Ms. Lindsley to sign. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And she said she received that document after the investigation and the cease and desist was already started on this matter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And she was told that to date it for that date on February 3rd of 2024. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Did she know why James Bourgeois wanted, or why there was going to be a change? Did
Pure
she report to
speculation,
you?
objection.
She's here to testify, so if you
Well,
want to
then
have
let her
this fight, we'll
testify.
have that fight. Okay.
Do you state the question?
I'll withdraw it. I'll ask another question. Was there an issue with unlicensed electricians working on this project?
Yes, sir.
Was there a cease and desist issued by the permit office to stop work because there was unlicensed electricians working on this project?
I'm unaware if that's the case or not.
Was a permit refused to Ms. Lindsley because unlicensed electricians did work? I mean, a final approval of the project. If you don't know, just say
I'm
you don't
not
know.
sure.
Okay. If you go to page, Exhibit P, page 167. If you look at page 168, there's an email from Nita Lindsley to Shane Guidry. Is that correct? At the bottom of the page.
I'm finding it. That's correct.
And in that, Ms. Lindsley advised Mr. Guidry that she received an invoice today from a licensed electrician that was required by the State Board of Contractors to facilitate the removal of the cease and desist from our build. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you needed to get a licensed electrician on the project. Is that correct? According to this email. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then that letter goes on and explains other things. Did your investigation reveal any other issues that we have not talked about yet?
I have not stated that Mr. Guidry provided some documents to us, and we went back and forth with the electrical and the plumbing. And in the end, he sent us a letter, which is K2K, stating that he and his guys did complete the electrical and the plumbing work, and they are not licensed.
Okay. So if you go to exhibit, let's see, which exhibit is this one? Exhibit J. Beginning at page 113. Are those payments to Shane Guidry Contractor LLC?
They are.
And they're from Nita Lindsley, is that correct?
That's correct.
And those payments post-date the February 3rd, 24 contract for construction of the house, is that correct?
That's correct.
And are all of these payments to Shane Guidry or on behalf of Shane Guidry?
All of the payments are to Shane Guidry, yes, sir.
Okay. Did Miss Lindsley or anyone produce to you a payment from Miss Lindsley to James Bourgeois for the construction of her house?
No, sir.
Or her camp, which is a very nice camp. Has Mr. Bourgeois produced to you any payments that he received from Miss Lindsley for this alleged construction contract that he had with Miss Lindsley?
No, sir.
Did he produce to you any subcontracts with any subcontractors for work performed on Miss Lindsley's property that was between James Bourgeois and a third party subcontractor?
No, sir. He did present some documents with some subcontractors that we later found out did not work on the project.
So your investigation revealed that he produced documents for subcontractors that didn't work on the project?
Yes, sir.
So it was not relevant to this particular project?
Correct.
Did he make any changes to any of the documents, or did it appear any changes that were provided to you on the documents?
The original documents that he sent, the first set of documents that he sent had some redacted information at the top of the documents. And when asked about it, he said that his copy machine at home cut off the top of all of the documents. However, once we looked into it, the only thing that was cut off was Shane Guidry's information.
So when the documents were produced to you, the tops were cut off, and then when you found the other documents, Shane Guidry was actually the part of the documents that was being cut off. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did Mr. Bourgeois ever, at any time, ever tell you that he doesn't have any other documents related to this project?
He never.
He's never told you that?
He's never said that, no, sir.
He's never said that he's produced all documents that he has for this project?
No, sir. He was very vague about it.
Okay. And so we're here today still requesting that he produce records for this project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And also, one of the bases that his license was suspended was the fact that he failed to comply with the requirement to produce records within 72 hours upon request. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And to this date, he still has not fully complied with that request. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Guidry is not the first contractor in the state of Louisiana that has had his license suspended for failure to produce documents. Is that, I'm sorry, Mr. Bourgeois is not the first general contractor to have his license suspended for failure to produce records. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So he was not singled out as any party, any person in this case?
No, sir.
This is something that this board does and staff does when contractors fail to provide documents as requested. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I have no more questions of Ms. LaRose.
Ms. LaRose, I've got a few questions for you.
Okay.
First of all, you just told us about a situation with stuff cut off on the top of the documents that Mr. Bourgeois did in fact produce. And you said that you looked at those documents and then you compared them to some others and said that there was information cut off. Can you show us those documents, please?
Those are not in this packet.
Well, whether they're in the packet or not, can you show us the documents?
I do not have them with me, no, sir.
So there's no actual evidence to support that testimony.
Excellent.
Not at this time, no, sir.
Well, this is the trial, so if there's a time, this is it.
Look at page 18 and 19.
Any further questions?
Objection.
I understand. Any further questions, Ms.
I've got a lot more questions.
Okay, proceed with your questions, Ms. Abity.
So
Answer the questions. Ms. LaRose, answer the questions that Mr. Abity has.
Ms. LaRose, let's talk about these contracts that you talked about and you testified about. There was a contract with Shane Guidry that was dated February 3rd, 2024, I believe. Is that correct?
Let me find it so I can say that's correct with knowledge.
I think that's maybe Exhibit N.
Anything you can do
Section N.
associated on behalf of the board as well, because we are here, and just refer to that, as we're looking at that document as well, refer to the packet as much as you can.
I'm trying to find them. I made
Great,
notes about
thanks.
where they were, but
Appreciate it.
okay. So it would be, I guess, Exhibit N in your exhibit packet. Do you have that contract?
I do.
Would you please look at that contract and tell me if Mr. Bourgeois' name is contained anywhere in that contract?
It doesn't seem so, sir.
So as of February 3rd of 2024, the contract is between Nita Lindsley and Shane Guidry, and Mr. Bourgeois was not a party to the contract. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
All right, so let's look at the second contract that y'all talked about, where you said that actually Mr. Guidry sent only the last page to Miss Lindsley to sign at some other date, telling her that he wanted this thing dated back to February. That was Mr. Guidry that sent that to Miss Lindsley, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so I think it starts on page 31 of your exhibit packet, and it's an independent contractor agreement. And that is a contract that includes Mr. Bourgeois as the contractor, or James Bourgeois Contractor, Inc. is the contractor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to ask you to look at the third paragraph, lines 2 and 3. Does it say that the services will commence on September 11th of 2024?
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Bourgeois had no connection to this project until September 11th of 2024, right?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, so let's go a little bit further down, right after paragraph 3. It describes the scope of Mr. Bourgeois' duties and work. And it says, and I quote, managing work teams and construction site. That's it, right? He just manages work teams in the construction site. He doesn't hire subcontractors. He doesn't pay bills. He doesn't do any of the stuff that the general contractor, Mr. Guidry, does. Is that right? Is that right?
I'm not sure where I'm looking.
Right at the bottom, right under this, right here. Managing work teams and construction.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Am I correct?
That's what it says here, yes, sir.
Okay. Doesn't say that he pays anybody or he hires anybody, right? That's within the scope of a general contractor like Mr. Guidry. This isn't rocket science, it's just yes or no. Right? It's okay. to
Not
agree.
necessarily.
It's okay to agree. All right. So, when you said that he didn't produce any subcontracts, what's the time period for the subcontracts that you say he didn't produce?
He didn't really provide many.
Well, did he provide any? Because his contract doesn't call for him to hire any subcontractors.
He did provide information about Lane's AC and Heating, who we later found out never did any work on the project.
Well, now, are you sure that that's related to the work on the project and not to him gathering information for a bid?
That's not what we asked him to provide us.
Well, you did ask him in your request. Let's go to your request. Doesn't it say bids and
Says-
proposals?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because we're going to go over that list of things in a few minutes.
Okay.
All right, so when did the board, because you were assigned to this first, when did the board first get this complaint? A date, if you have it, please.
It was in September of 2024.
You don't know exactly when, but September of 2024.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Miss Lindsley was the complainant.
Yes, sir.
Now-
No, she was not the complainant.
Who was the complainant?
The complainant was another contractor.
Who was that?
Ms. LaRose, if you don't know, you can say you
I don't know. I'm not sure.
So you don't know who, well, tell us what that other contractor complained about.
He complained that there was an unlicensed contractor named Shane Guidry working on the project at this address.
Did he make any complaints about James Bourgeois contractor?
He did not.
Well, based on this complaint that was made, I'm going to presume that you felt like there were some violations of your rules and regulations because it's against the law to be a contractor on a project without a license. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. So, who was the first person to contact James Bourgeois?
I was.
And when was that?
On September 27th, 2024.
All right. Now, why did you contact James Bourgeois instead of Shane Guidry?
Because my first contact was the permit office, and I asked for a copy of the permit for that project. And the applicant on the permit is Shane Guidry, but the general contractor listed is James Bourgeois Contractor. So he was identified as the general contractor, therefore I emailed him to request documents.
Okay. When you contacted, did you make any effort to contact Mr. Guidry at that point?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Did you contact anybody else?
No, sir.
Okay. When you reached out to Mr. Bourgeois on a case where you had suspicion that there was violations of your laws and rules, did you advise him of his rights under Louisiana Constitution Article 1, Section 13, or give him what's called a Miranda warning?
No, sir.
Did you then question him about this project?
I requested information on the project.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to suppress all of the information which was gathered from Mr. Bourgeois as a result of this because they did not advise him of his constitutional rights to remain silent and not to incriminate himself.
This is not a criminal proceeding?
Well, that's a very interesting observation because I would like to submit in connection with my motions
I want to understand the relevance of this, Mr. Abity.
So, what I've just given you is the memorandum filed in the federal civil rights case by the Attorney General's office, not the law firm, the Attorney General's office, so your colleagues, okay? And in that, they specifically say that, and represent, so I'm going to assume this is a judicial confession, that this is a quasi-criminal proceeding. So, I'm not sure what quasi-criminal is, but it's certainly criminal. And it certainly meets the requirements of being penal under the Constitution because of the fine that's going to be assessed. And the fine doesn't go to make the person that was supposedly damaged whole. The fine goes to the state. So it's penal, it's a criminal, or at least you're admitted, quasi-criminal case. And under that scenario, I'm going to suggest that the applicable constitutional rights and Louisiana constitutional requirements require that Mr. Bourgeois be advised of his rights. Now, I'm not trying to be obstructive here, but since this was filed by your colleagues and now it's up as an issue in this case, you also have to consider whether or not you need to recuse. I'm sorry, this is the rules. I have an ethical obligation to follow the rules.
So with that being said, was there a criminal investigation on this when she requested the information?
According to my interpretation of these constitutional provisions, and according to your lawyer, according to the law, is the Attorney General. Your lawyer, the Attorney General, told the court that it is criminal. They called it quasi-criminal.
That's not what
it's
he's
criminal.
asking. At this, when Ms. LaRose went to ask
The question.
the questions, was there a criminal investigation?
No, I
at that
asked her
point?
if
There was
if-
not a criminal investigation
Yes.
at the
No,
time.
I'm sorry. She answered that there was, that she was investigating it. She
No,
admitted,
she did not.
She admitted that.
Let him finish.
Well,
Let him
listen,
finish.
we don't need to argue about that because,
No, we don't need to argue about a lot of
I've made a motion. You can rule on the motion, and we go forward.
It was an administrative investigation, and it was not criminal, and so you do not need to advise of any Miranda rights. You advise of Miranda rights when a person is being investigated is being arrested for a criminal act, or in this case was an administrative procedure, and all I was doing was she was following the law as provided by the legislature, requesting documents related to an administrative procedure. Every contractor is obligated when they sign and agree to be a contractor in the state, agrees to the rules that govern the contractor's licensing laws. Those rules state that if you are a contractor and an investigation occurs, this board is entitled to obtain documents within 72 hours. That's all she was doing, is asking for those documents and that information.
I'm not disputing that he has an obligation to provide documents within 72 hours, which he did. Okay, which he did. He provided them actually within 48. So all I'm saying is that the questioning and the requirements that he produce documents, without being warned of his rights, is contrary to his constitutional rights, and therefore a motion to suppress simply prevents that evidence from coming into the record. It doesn't change his obligations.
And again, I'll submit that he's waived it. He already allowed the records in.
Well, actually, I objected to the records.
When did you
So there's no
okay.
waiver.
I'm going to deny that motion to suppress, being that there is an obligation to provide those documents. I don't think there requires a warning, as this is an administrative procedure, not a criminal procedure. I'm not going to comment on this memorandum. This is separate from what my job is today. Additionally, in regards to the motion to recuse myself, I don't know if that was a motion or not. That's going to be denied as well.
Well, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's been so long. What's your name again?
Brent Abity.
Abity. Mr. Abity.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Abity. Very impressive. I get that. And look, I know there's a lot of questions going to go on here. we're here primarily to talk about whether or not he provided the documents. And also there's I think an A11 charge essentially for his ability to act as a contractor. I would say this, sounds like there's a lot of extenuating circumstances and a lot of other issues Mr. Bourgeois is dealing with, and this may or may not have an impact, and that's what you're getting to, and you're trying to suppress information with regard to that. I will tell you that, appreciate the education. If we can get a little more concise, get a little quicker, to the point, I think we can help you out here.
I'll be very happy to move to the exact issues that we have here. Because,
Please and thank
because
you.
I'm getting to it. I'm
Okay.
getting to it. And I'm going to get to it right now. How's that?
Perfect.
Okay. All right. So you testified that, well, let me ask you this. Is the only written request to Mr. Bourgeois that he received, not written requests that you got back that said they were undelivered, is the only one that he actually received, I believe it's your October 22nd, 2024 documents request?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he received that. Didn't you hand deliver that, put it on his door or something?
I did.
Okay, so that was on October 22nd?
Yes, sir.
Now, didn't Mr. Bourgeois actually deliver responsive documents to this office right here on October 24th?
Yes, sir.
Whether or not you think they're adequate, he did in fact deliver a bunch of documents to you, and that's in section E of your exhibit packet, right?
That's correct.
All right, let me just ask maybe a quick question that'll get us through this. Please tell us exactly what documents you claim he should have had that he did not give to you. Exactly what documents?
He just didn't supply adequate documents for the project. Anytime.
Well, how do you decide what's adequate?
We need to know every subcontractor, every material invoice, every labor.
Okay. Well, we established that Mr. Bourgeois didn't even have anything to do with this project until September 11th, and your document request is dated October 22nd, so that's give or take 5 weeks. So please, and in fact, his contract makes clear he's only a project manager with very limited responsibility. So
That's not how.
That's not how the
that's a
permit was
mischaracterization.
pulled.
That's not.
You can't, we didn't make that. The permit was pulled in his name.
well, we're going to get to the permit thing.
Okay, well, you need to get there before you start.
no, listen, I'm sorry.
And you're badgering the witness as well. Let her finish and answer.
I'm trying to establish what documents he didn't produce that they say he didn't
I
produce.
understand that.
So,
Ask your
between
question, Mr. Abbott, and allow the witness to answer the question.
okay, between the time of his contract date, which is September 11th, 2024, and the time of your request for documents on October 24th of 2024.
I'm going to object to that statement because it's incorrect. The contract date has 2/3 of 2024. He might have inserted 9/11 of 24 at some point, but the actual signed date that he has his signature on says 2/3 of 24.
Well,
so that's a misstatement of this contract.
This is argumentative in terms of what the content or the meaning of the contract is. But we read right out of the text of the contract that it says that his services started on 9/11 of 24. And in fact, your own documents, that is Ms. Nita Lindsley's email, confirms that that contract was backdated by Shane Gidry when she sent it to him. So let's see if we can get back to the question. So for that 5 week period between September 11th of 2024 and October 22nd of 2024, in his capacity as managing the work teams, please tell me what subcontracts you say he should have had that he did not produce.
When we request documents, we request copies of our bids, proposals, agreements, contracts, subcontracts, payroll records, and invoices relating to any and all work for the above referenced project at 24143 Highway 1 in Golden Meadow.
Well, yes, we're going to go through that list. But, the question was, what subcontracts that you said he didn't produce, do you contend, please tell us which ones he didn't produce that would apply to the period when he was a contractor on this job?
The electrical, mechanical, and plumbing.
And when were those services performed?
I'm not sure because we don't have documents.
So you can't say that they were performed during that 5-week period when he was on the job.
All I know is the permit was dated on July 22nd of 2024 with him listed as the general contractor.
And we're going to get to the problems with the issuance of that permit. But I'm talking about the contracts, the contract between the parties.
I think she's answered the question, Mr. Abity.
Well, do we agree that her answer is that she doesn't have those documents?
She said she doesn't have those documents.
And that she can't tell us what documents
I'm not going to testify for.
Okay,
I believe she's answered the question.
I'm going to make sure that we're clear on the answer. Is your answer that you cannot tell us what contracts during that period from September 11th to October 22nd he should have had?
I'm going to object to the form of the question, and it has been asked and answered. Additionally, if there's anybody that can say that, Mr. Bourgeois should say whether he did or did not, and he did not provide that response. I think it's an argumentative question.
I'm going to sustain that objection. Move on with your question, Mr. Abity. Thank you.
Okay. Did Mr. Bourgeois provide you with a copy of his bid or proposal in his documents that he provided within 48 hours, not 72 hours?
He provided us with a contract, yes.
A contract or a proposal?
If you have a proposal, can you produce it to her and show her? If you have,
I'm asking what documents she had.
Mr. Landry, let him ask this question.
Okay.
He provided this contract, yes, sir.
Which contract is that? Is that the managing work
Page
team's
31.
contract?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I believe Section E of your exhibit packet is the documents that he provided on October 24th. Is that right?
Yes. And the first document is what looks like a proposal dated February 3rd, 2024, signed by Mr. Bourgeois.
That's page 18, right?
19, yes, sir.
Oh, okay. It looks like you have two copies of it, page 18 and 19. So he provided you with his proposals and his bids. Page 20 is a document dated December 15th of 2023, and this looks like a quote which was provided by E&L Enterprises for installing pilings and timbers. And it says that's from, it says that it was ordered by SG, which is Shane Guidry, right?
That's correct.
But Mr. Bourgeois provided that to you.
Yes, sir.
And after that, page 21, Lane's Air Conditioning and Heating. A quote on cost for air conditioning for the job, right?
Yes, sir.
And after that, looks like quote number 15390, which is...
the documents that were redacted.
This is page 22.
Yes, sir.
All right. And it says that it was dated January 26th of 2024 before any of these contracts. So that would be a bid or a quote on some timbers, right?
It seems so, yes, sir.
Okay. And then there's, looks like 5 pages maybe pages 23 through 27, which is quote number 112065, January 26 to 24, again, before any contracts.
Yes,
So-
sir, but we can't tell who these quotes or invoices are from.
They're quotes, they're not invoices. It says it's a quote, right? Up at the very top on the right-hand side?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it's not an invoice, it's a quote.
Okay, it's a quote, but we don't
All right,
know
so-
what business made that quote.
She stated that. She just can't, she stated that she said she can't tell whether the a quote or invoices or.
Well, I know, I'm reading off the top of the document to make sure that we can clarify that.
But she stated it. She agreed with you.
Okay, so this is dated before the contracts, right?
Yes, sir.
Then we got another copy of this E&L document. And then looks like he provided on page 29 an invoice. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 30, do you know what that is? It's a list of names. It says September 24th, the list of names, and then it's got money figures in the right-hand column. Do you know what that is?
I'm assuming it's labor,
Okay.
but no, I don't really know for sure.
Well, is there a basis for your assumption?
At the top, it says labor, and it
Okay.
has names.
All right. So then he provided to you, starting on page 31 through 38, which is one of our favorite documents here, his contractor agreement commencing on September 11th, 2024 for managing work teams and construction site. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So your October 22nd document request asks for bids, proposals, agreements, contracts, subcontracts, payroll records, and invoices. He seems like he provided pretty much everything there except subcontracts, which there's no evidence that he had any subcontracts, right? Is that correct?
He never turned any in.
Do you have any information that he had subcontracts?
I do not.
Any further questions?
And can we, I'm sorry?
I was asking if you had any further questions.
Oh, yeah. And can we agree that these documents, this document package in section E was all provided to you, delivered to this office on October 24th?
Yes, sir.
And is that within 72 hours of the October 22nd date of your request?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any other written requests to him to provide documents?
No, sir.
All right. Let's move on to the second charge. Which
Mr. Abney, right here.
Oh, yes, sir.
Can I ask just a point of clarity?
Sure.
It's around the contract. I'm really trying to connect some dots here. So is it your assertion that the contract is simply for construction management?
Actually, there's specifically a provision for that in your code, and
No,
I will
I'm
just tell you that's what the
is that your assertion?
Well, you're asking me my interpretation of the contract. I will just tell you, under the law, the contract stands on the four corners of the contract, but I believe
Okay.
that
Can
it's
you read
properly interpreted that way.
Okay, can you read the amount? How much is in the contract? What's the contract amount?
$5 million?
Let Mr. Lopez.
What's the amount?
Okay,
Yeah,
the
what's
amount on this contract, I believe, says $497,000 and some change.
Okay, can you go to page 19 of your packet?
Yes, sir.
Is that a quote from Mr. Bourgeois?
Yes, it is.
What's the date of the quote?
February 3rd of 2024.
Okay, can you list the total amount of the quote for the project?
497, 075.43.
Okay, can you look at the line items on the quote? Read the first line item.
Mr. Lopez, I'm not trying to be argumentative. Are you sure I'm not trying to be argumentative?
No,
Are you sure you want to ask me these questions and not Mr. Bourgeois?
I'm just trying to understand the correlation here.
That's fine. Yes, sir.
Okay, so the first line says AC, materials $13,705, labor $4,000.
That's what
Is
it says.
Is it reasonable?
Is it reasonable?
Is it reasonable to expect that there would be a subcontract for AC based on this proposal?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
But it would be reasonable for the actual contractor on the job, which is Mr. Gidrick, to have had that subcontract.
Let's get to that.
Okay. All right. So the second charge is this 2158A11. Is that correct? Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So that says problems with his history and well, let's see. Do you have that with you? I have 2156. I don't have 2158. Can you tell us exactly what that law says? 2158A11.
Problems relating to the ability of the contractor, its qualifying party, or any of its principal owners or principal shareholders to engage in the business of contracting as demonstrated by their contracting business history or experience.
Okay. So I'm not sure I exactly understand what the scope of that is, but once again, I'm going to refer to the memorandum that was done by the Attorney General. And it says that subsection, and I'm going to ask you about this. It says that subsection confines its scope to business competency demonstrated by business history or experience. Do you have any information about how long Mr. Bourgeois has been a licensed contractor?
Is that a question from me?
Yes.
Let's see. It looks like 05.
Okay. Now, is that like a history of his record as a contractor you're looking at there?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any violations or complaints against him on that history? What page, is that part of your exhibit packet? What page is that?
192.
Okay. So the board can have reference to it. So does that contain any complaints against him in the past?
It wouldn't be on this document, no, sir.
Well, did you check any other sources?
No, sir.
So you don't have any evidence of any problems in his history?
In the past? No,
Correct.
sir.
Okay. Do you have any evidence of problems with any financial issues involving James Bourgeois Contractor?
No, sir.
Well, if this section of the law talks about his business experience, and assuming that it talks about his business experience, that's what it says, and his history, and do you have any actual evidence of problems with those two things?
The basis was that he was unable to provide documents and was uncooperative, and that we learned.
Let her answer.
This is unresponsive.
She's
No.
answering the question. Let her answer the question.
Her answer is unresponsive.
She hasn't completed her answer, Counsel.
And that we learned from the permit office that he was allowing unlicensed contractors Shane Guidry and Charles Babb to use his license.
Can you identify for us any provision in the laws and rules and regulations that are administered by this board that regulate the issuance of building permits?
Yes, sir.
What are they? Look, I'm going to object to them giving her documents because I'm asking for her testimony.
You asked her to identify out of the statutes. This is the statutes.
I asked her what they were.
The statute got moved around on August 1st, which is updated.
So, as of this is an updated one. As of the date that you cited him for these violations, I'm not sure those are even correct.
It's the same statute that just moved.
Are you testifying now, Mr. Beavers?
Ms. LaRose, answer the question.
Okay, I can.
And I'm going to have, I object to her making reference to documents that were provided to her by non-witnesses.
Ms. LaRose, if you don't know the actual site to the statute, but if you know, if you can briefly give us an idea of what the statute provides, you can answer. If you don't know, just say you don't know.
I don't know by heart, no. I would normally check the Blue Book, which is what this is.
And Ms. Starks and Mr. Amadei, if our desire is to get to the truth, what is an issue with referencing her having a vague recollection of that and to be able to reference the document that you specifically asked for? Well, again, this is not an actual court of law.
Well,
I'm struggling with this. And look, you have now had adequate time or equal time to the state's presentation as well. Could you
I'm
kind of bring this to the
trying to make
close?
it compact, but with all due respect, you tell me this is not an actual court of law, but y'all have the power to sit there and levy a fine against Mr. Bourgeois for $50,000 on a job where he didn't get a penny because nobody paid him. You have testimony to that. So I think that we really need to give him the opportunity to defend himself.
Ms. LaRose.
But I'm not trying to drag this out. I would love to be done with it.
You are.
Ms. LaRose, if you don't know the answer to the question, you can say you don't know. If you have a vague recollection of the actual statute, you can do that. But I'm not going to allow you to read off the statute.
Okay.
Off the book. But if you have a vague recollection of the statute, you can let them know what that is.
Okay. We request copies of permits from the permit office once a month. And so they are required to provide permits for any project that we request documents for.
All right. Doesn't that particular statute or rule that you're talking about say that you request those permits once a month so you can see what contractors are working to make sure that they're licensed? Is that correct? If I'm refreshing your memory correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. But the board doesn't have any authority over the issuance or to regulate building permits. Is that correct? That's done by local authorities.
I'm not sure.
Well, have you ever issued a permit here?
No, sir.
Can you revoke a permit?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have anything to do with applications for permits?
No, sir.
Taking a lot out so we can get to the end of this. Did, as a result of this investigation you did you charge Shane Guidry with any violations?
Not at this time, no, sir.
Well, Shane Guidry was the general contractor, and he didn't have a license, as according to your testimony. So why didn't you charge him?
The general contractor on record based on the permit is Mr. Bourgeois.
And the contract that you testified about didn't make him have a contractual relationship?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I'll be a little more clear.
You testified about the Shane Guidry contract from February 3rd, 2024, in which Ms. Lindsley contracted with him to be the general contractor. That's not sufficient? To charge him with being a contractor without a license?
Well, that's irrelevant to this proceeding.
You don't rule on relevancy. So I'm going to ask you the question.
Okay. It could.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for this witness.
I'm going to redirect. As was pointed out by Mr. Lopez, if you go to the actual contract at page, let me get to it. It's Exhibit E. Yeah, I got it. Page 31. There's a contract that you asked about. This is the contract that Mr. Bourgeois provided to you?
Yes, sir.
And if you go to page 38 of that contract, is there a purported signature by Mr. Bourgeois to that contract?
His signature is on that contract, yes, sir.
And it shows a date of what date?
February 3rd, 2024.
Okay. And if you go to page 32, it states, in consideration for the services to be performed by the contractor, which is referenced as Mr. Bourgeois, is that correct?
I'm looking for on page 32.
You see in the section where it says compensation?
Yes, sir.
And the compensation to the contractor, which on the first page is James Bourgeois, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that total compensation is $497,075.43. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the information that you were produced from Mr. Bourgeois was essentially this contract and some estimates that he had to perform the work. Is that right?
That's correct.
And as of September 11th of 2024, was the project under performance? Was it being performed?
Yes, sir. The project had begun.
And it was being performed by Mr. Guidry?
Yes, sir.
And was that project contract the same amount of money, $497,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it appears that Mr. Bourgeois is suggesting to you that Miss Nita Lindsley was going to pay nearly $1 million for her camp?
Objection.
Is that what he suggested to you based on those two contracts?
Wait, counsel, you made an objection. What's your objection?
Well, the objection is he's asking for her opinion based on speculation.
No, that's not.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
According to what Mr. Abity has requested to you or asked to you, there was this independent contractor agreement for Miss Lindsley's property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That Mr. Bourgeois executed. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I missed
that Mr. Bourgeois executed.
Yes, sir.
And he executed it on 2/3 of 24. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then, what's your objection to that?
My objection is her testimony was that, and she even put into evidence the email from Ms. Lindsley that said that wasn't signed on February 3rd. It was signed when she got just the one page, just the last page, in September. And you have that email in your packet. You put it in evidence.
Did Mr. Okay, I will rephrase the question. Okay. Ms. LaRose, the page 38, is that purporting to be Mr. James Bourgeois' signature?
Asked and answered.
Yes, sir.
And what is the date listed there?
February
objection,
2nd.
asked and answered.
Okay.
Sustain, okay.
And the total amount for that particular contract, as indicated at page 32, is how much money?
$497,075.43.
Okay. And is that the same amount that was the contract between Ms. Lindsley and Shane Guidry?
That's correct.
If you go to page 183 of the exhibit packet, do you see that document?
Yes, sir.
What is that document?
It is the withdrawals for the project.
Okay. What's the total value of that project?
$497,075.43.
And what's the date?
February 3rd, 2024.
And who's the purported contractor?
Shane Guidry, Contractors.
And then what's page 184?
184 is the withdrawals for that project.
And who's the contractor on that document?
James Bourgeois Contractors.
And what's the date on that one?
February 2nd, 2024.
Is it February 3rd?
February 3rd, I apologize.
February 3rd, 2024.
Yes, sir.
And are those two documents substantially the same, except for the change in the name of the contractors?
Yes, they are.
How did you come to get these two different documents?
Shane Guidry turned in one set of documents, and Ms. Lindsley provided another set of documents.
Okay, so which one did Ms. Lindsley provide to you?
I can't remember.
Okay. Did Ms. Lindsley ever have any dealings with Mr. Bourgeois on this particular project?
According to Ms. Lindsley, she's never met Mr. Bourgeois.
And in your investigation, did your investigation show that Mr. Bourgeois, in the permit that was pulled for this project, lists Mr. Bourgeois as the contractor for this project?
For the permit that was pulled, Mr. Bourgeois was listed as the general contractor.
Did Mr. Bourgeois ever explain to you why he was listed as the contractor for
No,
this
sir.
project? Did he ever deny that he was not listed, that he did not give permission to Mr. Guidry to pull that permit?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Any questions from the board for this witness?
I don't seem like, Mr. Meredith, let's make this quick.
I hope we will. I know our investigator is under duress right now, but just hit the high spots for us with the timeline. Okay,
Mr. Meredith, with all due respect, we've gone over timeline and timeline and timeline on this. I think.
Well,
Is
how
there
about
something
this? How about
specific?
this, everyone? We'll allow Mr. Bourgeois to testify, and then if we have any further questions, we can take questions, and then we'll make the decision. Does that sound okay? Is Mr. Bourgeois testifying this morning?
Actually, Ms. Starks, this is Kevin.
I'm sorry.
I have another witness.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Oh,
Okay, who's the other witness?
It's the owner of the house, Ms.
Okay.
Nita Lindsley.
Okay. Do we need to take a break?
No.
No break? Let's
move.
push through? Okay. We'll allow Mr. Landrenew to finish his case in chief and bring up your witness.
Call Nita Lindsley.
My apologies to the folks following this case. So.
Good afternoon. Ms. Lindsley, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Lindsley, I'm going to try to be quick here. It's been a while. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Nita Lindsley.
And what is your address?
My home address is 245 Quiet Oak Boulevard in Bruley, Louisiana.
Okay. And how did you come to get involved with Shane Guidry?
We purchased some property down in Golden Meadow to build a camp or second home for us. And he was recommended as a licensed contractor to me.
Okay. And did you ever get a quote for this project from James Bourgeois?
The only time I got a quote from James Bourgeois was when Mr. Guidry asked me to re-sign the documents.
The contract?
The contract, yes, sir.
Okay. Prior to that date, did Mr. Bourgeois ever provide you with a proposal to do the work on this project?
Never. I've never met him. I've never spoken to him. I've never gotten an email. I've never gotten a text.
As far as you know, Shane Guidry was always the licensed contractor for the project.
That's what I assumed, that he was a licensed contractor.
And did you pull the permit for this project?
I did not pull the permit for this project. Mr. Guidry asked me to sign a power of attorney, enabling him to pull the contract for me, to save me time of going down to Lafourche Parish to pull the contract, to pull the permit.
Did he ever tell you that he was going to list James Bourgeois as the contractor for the project?
No, sir.
Okay. Since all this came to light, did you gain any information as to the relationship between Shane Guidry and James Bourgeois?
From what I was told by Mr.
Just for form purposes, she's going to tell us what somebody told her. That's hearsay.
Overruled, but I just noted.
Go ahead. Can you explain?
I'm sorry, say the question again.
What is your understanding of the relationship between Shane Guidry and James Bourgeois?
My understanding of the relationship when I asked, when Mr. Guidry asked me to re-sign the contract, he told me that there were some questions regarding him being a licensed contractor in the state of Louisiana. He insisted to me again that he was a licensed contractor, but because of those questions, he was pulling in his, what he referred to as his silent partner, to assist with whatever the requirements of the State Board of Contractors was at that time. When he sent the last page of the contract, and let me say this, Ms. LaRose had previously stated that, or she assumed that I dated the contract when I was sent that last page. I did not date that contract. That contract was dated by either Mr. Bourgeois or Mr. Guidry. I did not put that date on that contract when we re-signed it at the end of October. So when I asked Mr. Guidry, when presented with this new information, if I would be responsible for paying some type of fees or something to Mr. Bourgeois, in addition to whatever his profit or whatever was on my build, and this is a direct quote, he told me that the way that he and Mr. Bourgeois had done it in the past was whatever the profit was on the project that Mr. Guidry performed, he and Mr. Bourgeois would split that profit. So that's how I learned of, the association. But before Mr. Guidry asked me to re-sign that document, I had never heard of James Bourgeois and had no idea that he was involved.
When you signed that new contract, did you know that you would be paying, or that contract listed $497,000 to be paid to James Bourgeois?
I'm sorry?
When you signed that new contract, did you know that the contents of that contract said that you would be paying James Bourgeois $497,000?
That's what I assumed if he was taking over the project.
So you were going to pay $497,000 twice?
That's kind of what it was looking like.
Okay. And did Mr. Bourgeois ever come out to your project?
Never.
Okay. Did he come out and supervise any of the work that was being performed on your project?
Never. I have cameras on my property, and I get an alert every time someone comes out to my property, and this is only the second time that I lay eyes upon him. The first time that I saw him was in Lafourche Parish for a hearing. So that's the only reason I now know what he looks like, but I have cameras. He's never been at my property.
Okay. And did he ever submit an invoice to you for your property, for doing work on your property?
He did not submit anything to me, no.
Did you ever make out a check or pay him for any work he allegedly performed on your property?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Guidry, as far as you understand, all the payments you made were made to Mr. Guidry? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All of the subcontractors on the project, as far as you know, were those of Mr. Guidry? As far as you know?
When we met with Mr. Guidry originally, we were very adamant that we wanted a licensed contractor building our build, and we also insisted that we wanted licensed subs to be used also for the integrity of the build. I'm sorry, what was...
Did Mr. Guidry ever present to you a license, or that he had a license?
He did not. When we signed our agreement with him, he had forgotten it, and he was going to provide it to us. We never did get it, nor did he ever present it to the bank.
Okay. Did any problems ever occur on your project?
A lot of problems.
Okay. So, did the permit office ever have a problem in issuing any of the anything related to your any acceptances related to your project?
Do you mean like
electrical,
inspections?
plumbing, inspections, any of those issues?
I'm not aware of that. I do know that Mr. Guidry told me that he was utilizing his son as a licensed electrician to do the electrical, but he did not. That's not mentioned in anything. The plumber and the electrical was done by Mr. Guidry and his laborers.
And did you receive a cease and desist on your project?
I did. I received a cease and desist on approximately December 10th of 2024. I was actually out of state when I was called by my bank to let me know that there was a cease and desist placed on my build. I was never contracted or never contacted by either Mr. Guidry or Mr. Bourgeois to inform me of the cease and desist. I was totally surprised as to what was going on, and it was at that time that I contacted the State Board of Contractors to try to figure out what was going on.
So did the State Board of Contractors issue the cease and desist on the project?
Yes, they did.
And was it because you had unlicensed electrician or unlicensed contractors on the project? Do you know?
I think it was because of the complaint that I had an unlicensed contractor building.
Your project?
Right, and I think my understanding was to move forward with my project, Mr. Guidry had to enlist a licensed contractor for electrical and plumbing, and I think that had not been done.
Right. Since Mr. Bourgeois has indicated, or through his attorney has indicated that he was supposed to start managing the project in September of 24, do you know if Mr. Bourgeois played any role in obtaining electricians or doing anything else to manage your project?
To my knowledge, he had nothing to do with my project, besides his name being on my permit.
And did Mr. Guidry tell you why he needed you to re-sign this contract?
He told me that there had been some complaints to the State Board of Contractors stating that he was not a licensed contractor, and he continued to reassure me that he was indeed a licensed contractor, but to try to smooth things over, he was bringing in his silent partner, who apparently is a licensed commercial contractor, into my residential build.
No further questions.
I've just got a few questions. Ms. Lindsley, in your email, you said that
Mr. Guidry only sent you the last page of that contract.
That is correct.
All right, so,
Can you speak up, Mr. Aberdeen?
I'm sorry?
Can you speak up?
Oh, okay. In your email, you said that Mr. Guidry provided you with that second contract that was the contract from Mr. Bourgeois. Is that right?
That is correct. He provided only the last page. I did ask at that time for the other pages of the contract, as any reasonable person would do. And at that time, he told me that the front pages were the same as the contract that I had signed with him. He never, no.
He didn't give them to you?
No, he didn't give the first pages of the contract to me. He told me that it was the exact same pages of the contract that I had signed with him.
Okay, so, and when you signed it, it had the date already filled in of February 3rd?
No, it did not.
It was undated?
The page that I was emailed by Mr. Guidry to me was undated and unsigned
Okay.
by Mr. Bourgeois.
And it was unsigned by you too, then you hadn't signed it, right?
Obviously.
Okay. So when you sent it back to Shane Guidry, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You didn't have any communication with Mr. Bourgeois about that?
I have never spoken to Mr. Bourgeois.
Would you have knowingly signed a second contract for yet another $500,000, making the price on your camp $1 million?
Well, I question that as to, does this put me in a situation where I'm now entitled to pay Mr. Bourgeois another $500,000 for my camp?
When you questioned that, who did you question? Shane
I
Guidry?
questioned Mr. Guidry, and as I previously said, he told me that I would owe Mr. Bourgeois nothing because, and this is a quote again, as Mr. Guidry said, in the past, when we have done projects, whatever profit Mr. Guidry would make, he would split with Mr. Bourgeois.
Okay, so.
In the past.
Okay, so, do you now believe that Shane Guidry does not, or did not have a contractor's license?
I do believe that Mr. Guidry currently does not and did not have a contractor's license.
And he lied to you when he told you he did?
Yes, he did.
And he lied to you about other work on the project, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, he submitted invoices to you for work even after the cease and desist, which was false and fraudulent, right?
He submitted very few, if any, invoices at all for reimbursement with my project.
Well,
it was just, he would call the bank and tell them what he needed. I assumed that the bank was checking the receipts. And then they would reach out to me to approve payments. But I've come to find out now that probably 90% of the receipts were not submitted to the bank by Mr. Guidry for any work done on my project. And I have all of my bank records with me.
Did you write a note on one of those invoices that you had cameras that showed that he was claiming work by his laborers on days when nobody went to the job site?
That is correct.
So that was yet another lie by Shane Guidry.
That is correct. I was billed for, according to the rudimentary Word document for labor hours, I was billed for labor when the work site was shut down for the snow that we had in January. I was also billed for labor when we had that little storm. I can't remember the name of the little storm that came through when it was shut down also. I was billed for labor there.
Would it be fair to say that Shane Guidry is a liar?
I would say that.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
Okay. Board have any questions?
Ms. Lindsay, I have one question. Did you receive any other documents with the single page signature page from the contract?
I'm sorry?
Did you receive any other documents with the single page signature page?
It was a single attachment to the email asking me to.
Did you receive the proposal from Mr. Bourgeois from the 3rd? Did you see that document?
I'm sure.
There was a handwritten document?
No, I did not. I did not see that until I received that document from the Sheriff's Department.
Okay, so the first time you saw it was from the sheriff's department.
That's
Thank you.
correct.
All right.
All right, any other questions from the board? If not, let's close this thing.
Mr. Abity, is Mr. Bourgeois testifying this morning?
I think he has to, yes.
Okay. Counsel, any further witnesses or documents?
If Mr. Bourgeois is going to testify, then I don't have any other witnesses. If he isn't going to testify, I will call him.
Okay, Mr. Bourgeois. Mr. Bourgeois.
He can. I think he said he's going to call
Yeah,
him,
he's
so
gonna
that's
call
fine.
him.
Okay. Yeah.
You can swear him in?
I swore him in.
Oh, okay. All right, Mr. Bourgeois, are you the, can he use that one?
That's
Yeah, he
fine.
can stand there.
That's fine.
Mr. Bourgeois, are you the owner of James Bourgeois Contractor, Inc.?
Yes.
Now, you just heard some very interesting testimony where apparently Mr. Guidry said you were his silent partner.
So silent, I didn't even hear it.
Have you ever partnered with Mr. Guidry on any project?
No, I have a dumpster service, and that's the way I first came in the meeting, Mr. Guidry, was that he was doing construction projects and hiring my dumpster service. And he came to my office one day and he said, "Oh, you're a licensed contractor." And I said, "Yes, I am." He said, "Hey, I need you to bid a job." And he handed me some paperwork, and it actually ended up being Miss Nita Lindsay's job. So I bid it, and that's all I know.
Well, when did you do that bid?
It was in February of, 24? Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever hear back from either Shane Guidry or Miss Lindsay that your bid was rejected or accepted and that you were going to be the contractor on the job?
Nope, never heard a word.
When was the first time you heard anything else about that job after you gave that bid?
The next time I heard something was in September when Shane Guidry came to me and he said, "Hey, I need you to manage this job." He said, "I'm doing the work, but I need you to manage it." And I said, "Okay." I said, "I need 15%. And the contract I have says that I get 15% of the 497. There was no split of profit. There's no nothing. I mean, I was going to manage the project. He said he was in a bind. He didn't know how to do it. So I came in and tried doing that, but not long afterwards, I hear from the contractor board. They called me wanting to know why I didn't respond. Well, I wasn't checking email. Unfortunately, Ms. LaRose and Mr. Anderson completely forgot. I might have seemed uncooperative. I apologized. My father-in-law was dying, and he died. Okay? He died while this was going on. My wife's an only child. Okay? I tried to get I found out my name was on the permit. I was in Gulf Shores when that permit was drawn. I wasn't even in the state of Louisiana. No one contacted me. I had no knowledge. It doesn't have the name of my company correct. They misspelled my name, what have you. And I'm trying to deal with my father-in-law dying, and then one of my wife's coworkers gets murdered. She's a wreck. We're trying to deal with all of this. And I'm sorry, I kept telling them I'm apologizing. I drove documents to Baton Rouge, and I thought I did good enough. I was trying to do what I could, and I actually, because I did that, I wasn't complying with them. I missed my father-in-law's last moments. Trying to do the right thing.
Did you, at any time, authorize Shane Guidry to get a permit for this job?
No, I didn't. I didn't know I had the job.
Wait, let me finish. On your contractor's list?
No.
All right. You mentioned that, they misspelled your name.
Yeah, they misspelled my name.
On
multiple documents.
Okay, so if you prepared a document, would your name be spelled correctly?
Absolutely.
So if somebody prepared a document and put your name on it and misspelled it, would that be a forgery?
Absolutely.
Did you ever receive even 1 penny from Nita Lindsay for this job?
No, I didn't. I never received any form of compensation, referral, never even knew who she was.
Well, how about from Shane Guidry? Did you receive anything from him?
Not a penny, no compensation, no nothing.
All right. Let me just ask you just quickly. Just a quick question on that. That's the actual application.
It's the application for the permit.
That's the application. That was it. Public records request, so it's an official copy.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Bourgeois, I'm going to show you, and I'm going to give this to you as soon as it gets done. All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Do you recognize those documents that you obtained in a public records request from the...
Yes, these are the ones that I got from the permit office under a public information request.
Let me see if I can talk where it goes on the record. All right. In the part where it says applicant information, it looks like something's whited out and then Shane Guidry is written in. Do you see that?
I do. It says the applicant's information, and you can tell it was whited out, and it's overwritten by Shane Guidry with his address, email, and there's, you know.
All right. Look a little further down the page where it says contractor and information.
Yes.
Is anything unusual about that box?
Absolutely. They crossed out someone else's name, and my name is written off to the right.
And that's whited out.
Right. And not only that, but they didn't put the name of my business. They put my personal name, and they wrote down my residential contractor license. Unfortunately, I almost always write my commercial license because I know it so well. I don't even know that number. I mean, I know it, but I don't know it.
What document are we looking at right now?
It's not a document number. I just brought it.
Okay. All right.
If you'd like,
It's not into evidence yet. Counsel, do you want to admit it into evidence?
Your Honor, we offer, file, and introduce into evidence Exhibit D1, which is the application for the actual permit from Lafourche Parish.
Okay. Any objection? You just have one copy? Just one copy?
That's
Okay, let me see.
This is another copy.
Yeah, you can do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to slow down the proceedings any, so if you don't mind, while you're circulating that copy, I'll try to get through the last couple of questions here. Mr. Bourgeois, you heard Ms. Lindsley's problems with Mr. Guidry not being honest and truthful with her. Would you say that he was also dishonest and untruthful with you as well?
Before you answer that question, Mr. Bourgeois, do you have any other exhibits that you plan on admitting?
I'm not planning on any other exhibits at this point.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Yes, I believe he's been completely dishonest. I think he took my bid and went ahead and made his own contract. I mean, he had brought me the people. He was in touch with them. He always forgot their information. He always forgot, email. Always, I'll get it to you. I'll get it to you. Just like he told Miss Lindsay. He got a permit when he, obviously, I didn't find out about it. Nobody. I mean, unfortunately, in Lafourche Parish, they don't tell you when you get a permit in your name. I mean, I laughed with my lawyer talking about it. He says, "How's that so?" I says, "Well, somebody could file pleadings and put your law license number on there." And you don't know about it. You don't know about it until, excuse my language, it hits the fan. And that's kind of what I think happened with Mr. Guidry is that I think he saw the pressure coming down on it. Unbeknownst to me, he just said he needed a manager, and I agreed to manage. I've managed many projects, mostly for FEMA, but I can manage large-scale projects, and I was coming in trying to do that. And the contractor board was telling me what to do, and I was listening to what they were saying. But like I said, I had the death of my father-in-law going on at the time, and I actually tried to walk away from it, and I told Mr. Guidry, hey, I want nothing to do with it. And I went to the permit office and said, I want my name off of the permit. And they said, until Miss Lindsay signs okay, I can't. And I didn't have her contact information.
So excuse me, can I ask a question now?
Sure. Well, let's.
And mine was brief.
Okay, let's go ahead first.
Mine's brief. So you said that you didn't know that there was a permit pulled in your name, but you just said that you couldn't get your name off the permit.
This was later on. It wasn't immediately.
So you found out that your name...
I found out my name was on there. You know, that my name was on there, and I tried to...
How did you find that out?
I'm sorry?
How did you find that out?
I can't remember if it was...
Well, listen...
I just don't remember. I apologize. It was a very tough time in my life.
How... Did you have a contract with Mr. Guidry to manage for 15%?
The contract that I had was to manage 15% with Miss Lindsay.
So Miss Lindsay just said she never saw you. She never met you before today.
I went through Mr. Guidry. Mr. Guidry, I mean, he handed me, he was the one who told me about the job. So,
No, I got that. Just real quick, because we've been here forever. So just pretty clear and concise. Did you have a contract to manage for 15% with Mr. Guidry?
No, I didn't. I had it with Miss Lindsay.
But Miss Lindsay never saw you. But you, okay.
I got an email.
Let me see if I can just ask a question to clarify the point. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Meredith.
In our exhibit on page 38, which is under E, a one-page contract that's been referred to. If you'd look at that on page 38, if you've seen it or not.
You're asking only about this page 38?
Yes, sir, and I'm referring to him. Is that your signature on that page?
That is my signature, but I didn't date it.
Okay, that's your signature.
I didn't date it. I write my dates.
I don't care about the date. That's your signature.
That is. And that's,
You discovered after the license board was doing an investigation, a job that's been going on since February, January, whenever. Mr. Guidry's been doing it for 9 months. You discovered it. Mr. Guidry talked to you about managing the job. And you came in at that point in time, after this has been going on for 9 months. Your testimony is here today that you signed this contract with the owner of the property to take over, manage the job, and make 15%.
that's correct. I didn't know the job had started. I'd never been there.
But you did sign this contract.
I did, but not I didn't date
You
it.
vehemently denied wanting to have a part in the permit, finding out the permit was in your name, they misspelled your name, they did all this. 9 months later, you signed that contract with a lady that's never seen you before. And that's what we're supposed to understand.
I've done it quite many times.
That's my question.
I've done it many times.
All right. Okay, if no...
Mr. Abney, are you finished with your...
I just got one more thing to cover because there was a lot of testimony about these Charles Babb permits.
Okay, keep it brief.
All right, Mr. Bourgeois, do you know Charles Babb?
Yes, I know him very well.
Did he work for you as a salesman selling roofing jobs?
He did.
In the course of doing that, all those roofing jobs were on contracts made out to James Bourgeois Contractor?
That's correct.
And then you had him pull a permit on those jobs that he sold to go along with your job, your roofing job, so you'd be properly permitted, right?
Correct.
Did you collect the money for those jobs?
I did.
Did you pay for the labor and materials on those jobs?
I did.
That's all I got on that. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
I have some questions. If we go to page 31 of this independent contractor agreement you would just ask questions about.
Okay.
Okay, are you stating that this is the contract that you had for Miss Lindsley's property that you eventually signed?
That's correct.
Okay. And in the first paragraph, the date, what's the date of that contract?
I'm trying to see it.
It's the first line.
It says 2/3/24.
Okay. So that's February 3rd of 2024, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then if you go to page 32, where it says compensation, it says that you're going to be paid $497,075.43. Is that correct?
It does say that.
Is this the contract you signed with Miss Lindsley?
This is one I believe. I remember signing one for management. It was supposed to be 15%.
Is there any way I've looked through this contract, it doesn't say 15%
Yeah, I
anywhere in
couldn't
this
find it.
contract.
That's the one I signed. Mr. Guidry handed it to me, signed by them, and I signed it.
This is the contract you purported to provide to Ms. LaRose when she requested that you provide documents on this project. So this is the contract that you had in
I
your
don't think I
file.
provided it. I think Mr. Guidry provided it, to be honest, sir.
A question, a question. No back and forth.
So, according to the evidence that's been put in up until this point, and even your counsel questioned it on that Exhibit E to these documents were the documents that you produced. So this was the contract that you produced.
I don't know if I produced it or not. It might have been produced by Mr. Guidry because I don't remember a $497,000 contract. I remember it being more like, $60-something thousand contract. And again, she even admitted, I heard her say that she can't recall if it was me or Mr. Guidry that presented it.
Now she testified that this came to this page 38, came to her in an email from Mr. Guidry in October of 24, and that she signed it.
Okay, that's Miss Lindsay. Yes.
And Ms. Lindsley signed that document and returned it to Mr. Guidry, who then, I guess, Mr. Guidry then returned that to you for signature. Is that right?
Yes, but the one I signed was different. The one I had was for management only for 15%.
So do you have that contract?
Did you produce that?
Not with me.
You didn't produce it when it was requested.
I'm sorry, my father-in-law was dying and my wife's coworker got shot, and I'm sorry. I pleaded with them, can we handle this? And I'm sorry, I'm getting upset again. There's got to be a humanistic side. I'm the office. I am the payroll. I am my whole company. I have no one else to help me except me and
All
my
right,
wife.
Mr.
who's going through a tough time.
We get it. We are so sorry.
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions,
Yeah.
Mr. Landry?
So the date, according to the document we have here that you produced, where next to your signature says 2/3 of 2024. Do you see that?
I
Page
see it.
38, yeah.
I do not agree
You
to
didn't
it.
scratch through it when you signed the document.
That's a copy.
Right.
It could have been photoshopped.
Okay. Mr. Bourgeois, do you know who Casey Foray is?
I do.
Who's Casey Foray?
She works in the permit office at Lafourche Parish Permit, and she is a mortal enemy of my business partner. She posts evil things about his business on the websites, on Facebook, and she's also mad at me. I'm a former councilman in the parish. She's got an axe to grind with me and my business partner.
So who's your business partner?
Well, it's in real estate. It's not in contracting, but his name is Lane Toops, Lane's AC and Heating.
So if Ms. Foray testifies that you, in fact, you told Ms. Foray that Mr.
No, I
Babb could pull, let me finish the question, that Mr. Babb and Mr. Guidry had authority to pull permits under your license, you're going to say that she's lying.
Correct.
Okay. And you do realize that she provided that statement to the sheriff's office?
Well, absolutely. She's going to lose her job. She did something illegal. She's going to lose her job, and what she does on the internet with Mr. Toops is unethical too.
That's in 2024 for James Bourgeois Construction. Did you have any employees?
Regular employees?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And so these jobs that Mr. Babb was pulling to perform roofing work and various jobs that you said you managed, did you hire subcontractors to do those jobs?
I hired labor, but I mean a 1099 labor because I don't know, I don't have a tax account to do withholding, so I do 1099 labor. So I don't know what you want to call it. My insurance company likes it. IRS doesn't give me a problem with it, but I pay people on 1099. So whether they're 1099 employees or whatever, that's how I pay people.
Did Mr. Charles Babb perform work for you on any of those projects?
He did.
Is Mr. Charles Babb licensed?
No, he was an employee. He doesn't have to be.
You said you had no employees.
Well, okay.
So Mr. Charles Babb isn't an employee, is he?
He works for me. He wears a uniform that's got my name on it.
Right. Do you pay him as an employee or you pay him as a 1099?
I pay him as a 1099.
The permits that we referenced earlier, did Mr. Babb pull those permits under your authority?
Yes.
And he signed your name, correct?
No, he didn't. He signed his own name as the applicant.
As the applicant on behalf of James Bourgeois, is that correct?
It's a different form. On the form, it says the applicant information, and further down, it says who is the contractor. I've had customers that have gotten permits for their own houses. They're the applicant. They get the permit, then I do the work.
Okay. On those particular permits that we have here, Mr. Babb was the applicant.
Correct.
And he listed James Bourgeois as the contractor, is that correct?
Because I was.
And he applied for those permits, is that correct?
Because I was the contractor.
All right. And he had authority from you to put your name on those contracts, those permits as the contractor, is that correct?
Yes, because I was the contractor.
And the permits he was pulling were not for Mr. Babb's houses, but for client houses, is that correct?
Correct. And they paid me.
So after you signed this new contract with Ms. Lindsley, you did not perform any management on the project, is that correct?
I tried to, but I was met with resistance by Mr. Guidry. He was using the name of the owner, but again, I'm going to go back. I'm in some real estate partnership with Mr. Toops. I only use Mr. Toops for it's Lane's AC and Heating. He is a licensed air conditioning guy. I only use him. And the other one that I use for plumbing is Jonathan Bloom Plumbing. Lane lives next door to me. Jonathan lives behind me. Those are the only people I use. And we were arguing over that and a couple other things. He would never give me Miss Lindsay's contact information. And I didn't do anything. I didn't get paid. I couldn't get contact with anything. I buried my father-in-law.
Prior to this project on Miss Lindsley's house, had you ever done a project with Mr. Guidry?
Only provided dumpsters on projects.
So you never performed a construction project with him?
Never before.
And did he ever pay you a fee or share profits with you?
Nope, he only paid for my dumpsters.
On Miss Nita Lindsley's project, you said you provided an estimate, is that correct?
Yeah, I did.
How did you do that?
He came to me with the information and some rough plans, and I did basically a quick takeoff. I actually drive my own pilings, but I hadn't driven it in a couple of years, so I went out there and I got some bids and I got some quotes, and to get an idea, and I came up with a price.
So when you were producing documents, you did not produce any plans for this project. So you're saying that you
got to give them back. They cost money. People.
So you didn't keep them for your file when you made an estimate?
No, I don't. Most of the time, they want me to pay like $75 to keep them, and you add that up times 10. I get maybe 1 out of 10 jobs I bid on. I mean, that's $750.
My question to you is, did Mr. Guidry provide plans to you to create a quote for this project?
Yes, Mr. Guidry did.
So Mr. Guidry provides the plans, and you didn't think about contacting Ms. Lindsley about what she wanted in the house or how the house was going to be built?
I've done it several times where I've done it through other people.
So you never provided a quote, this quote that we have at page 134 that has your name on it with Nita Lindsley's address, you never provided that quote to her?
I gave it to Shane, and he was going to give it to her.
And then after Shane gave that quote to her, you didn't follow up and say, hey, Shane, am I going to do this house or not?
If people want me, they'll call me. I don't advertise. I don't have a website. If people want me, they call me. If they don't, they don't.
So what you're saying is if we ask you for plans for this project, you have no plans, you didn't make a copy of the plans, you didn't keep any of those in your file for you to eventually do this project?
Nope. I figured they'd give them back to me if I was doing the job. I bid a lot of jobs to get very few. And, I mean, a lot of times I actually charge for bids on jobs. This one I didn't in particularly do that, but a lot of times I do, just because it takes so much of my time to do it.
So in doing this quote, you didn't keep any takeoffs? You don't have any takeoffs to say, okay, the electrical is going to require this amount of electrical, it's going to take this amount of work, and this is how I make my quote. For my plumbing, do a takeoff. Let me determine how much it's going to take to do the plumbing. For the wood, the cabinets, you didn't do any takeoffs on any of that and keep that in your file?
Sir, I'm in the dumpster business. I can throw anything away.
Okay. So are you saying you threw it away?
I can throw anything away. In fact, I had a dumpster load of packages, unopened packages, 30 yards. My wife says, aren't you going to open these?
Mr. Bourgeois.
Counsel.
I think he's answered the question. Do you have any further questions?
No further questions.
All right. Any redirect?
Can you just give me 1 second, please?
Mr. Starks, we seem like we've gotten way off track on hearing about documents, what we're here to talk about, and it's kind of getting carried away. Whatever we can do to bring this to a close, we can do it.
And that's what I was getting to a little
But
bit.
I got to
Mr.
give
Kulak?
Mr. Abbott an opportunity to redirect. Do you know how much longer you have, Mr. Abbott?
I'm just looking. I'm looking for a line that I thought I saw in here that I think would be relevant. If I can't find it, we'll skip it.
Okay. Does the board anticipate on having any further questions, or will they be ready to make a ruling? Okay.
Mr. Lopez.
I guess back to page 18 of the exhibits. Mr. Bourgeois, do you have that exhibit packet, or can you? I'm really trying to wrap my head around the timeline. Okay, we talked about preparing a proposal. There's a proposal here addressed to Nita Lindsley, dated February 3rd, 2024.
Yes, sir.
You see it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is that your handwriting?
Yes, that's my handwriting.
Okay. Is that your signature?
The one that's got my name stamped, yes.
Okay, that's your signature below it. Okay, and then you look at the bottom of that proposal. There's an acceptance date from Nita Lindsley.
Mm-hmm.
Same date.
I see it. It's dated. Yes.
Okay, did you receive that?
No.
So you provided this proposal to who?
I gave it to Mr. Guidry.
Okay. And so, presumptively, he turned around and presented this to Miss Nita?
Yes.
And she signed and accepted it?
I never got that. Not till much later. I don't write my dates like that, sir. I write my dates if you look at the top of that page. I spent several years in the military in combat and a disabled veteran. I only write day, month, year. And if you look at any document anywhere, you will do my handwriting. That is not my handwriting. I do not write dates like that. I write 3 Feb 24. It's something the military ingrained in me, and it's the only way I do it. You will never see me write 2/3/24. So I don't know how that got there. That wasn't me. The end of my writing stops where I stamp it with my name and my signature.
I understand that there's evidence before us that shows a pattern here, okay? There's a pattern of a proposal on the 3rd, made, accepted. There's a permit pulled in your name. There's a subsequent full contract that matches the same value, dated the same date, all for $497,000.
You're right.
Are you? Is it your opinion that all of this is fabricated, and that you are completely innocent in this matter?
I do believe I'm completely innocent. I think I was used by Mr. Guidry, and I think he used Miss Lindsay. I think he is the guilty party. I think he's the one that created all of this, and I don't understand why he's not here, sir.
Any further questions from the board before we allow Mr.?
No questions.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Meredith, did you? I didn't see you. All right, good. Well, let's go. We're done.
Mr. Abity, your redirect question?
One quick redirect.
Okay.
Mr. Bourgeois, there's issues with dates on all these documents. Were all those dates filled in by Mr. Guidry? All those dates on those contracts, were those filled in by Mr. Guidry?
Yes, everything was filled in by Mr. Guidry except for that one thing where I did the day, month, year.
And the contract that starts on page, I think, 31 and goes through 38, which is the supervision contract. When was that signed?
I think it was September 11th or whatever date was on there. It was in September.
So is it your testimony it absolutely was not done and was not signed in February of 2024?
It was not, absolutely.
And those dates were put on the documents by Mr. Guidry?
Presumably, yes.
Okay, that's all I got.
Okay.
All right, counsel.
I don't have any more witnesses.
All right.
Got a closing or?
So, our submission to the board is that, based on the evidence that has been presented, that Mr. Bourgeois is in violation of failing to produce the records for this project, and he has never stated that he doesn't have any more records. He's indicated that he was a manager for the project. I understand his argument that Mr. Guidry was lying. However, he's produced some records. If he wants to say under oath that he has no other records or that he destroyed all other records, I guess that he can do that. But he's up until this date, he has never done that. He has never said up until this date, I have no other records related to this project. That's why he's here today. That's why the violation was set. That's why his license was suspended. The second part on the A11 is that the reason that the A11 was actually made a charge was because of the information we received from the permit office that Mr. Bourgeois was given permission to the permit office for people to pull permits using his contractor's license. Again, Mr. Bourgeois has testified that, no, Ms. Foray has something to grind with him and that she's lying. But we have those permits that have been pulled. Mr. Bourgeois actually stated that Mr. Babb does work for him, and that even though he's not licensed, is doing work for him, and he's given permission to pull permits on his behalf. So all of those go to our duty here, and that is to protect the public and protect from contractors that are not doing the right thing. And that's why we're here. Now, whether or not, this is for you guys to decide. I can only make arguments and present evidence, but I think the evidence shows that Mr. Bourgeois has problems with contracting as acting as a contractor. And those include allowing Mr. Guidry and allowing Mr. Babb to pull permits and do work under his license. You can always do whatever you want to do, but we believe that if Mr. Bourgeois has any other documents, he needs to produce those documents. If he doesn't have any other documents, he needs to tell us he has no other documents, and then we can do what we want to do with that information.
With that statement, we just heard that there was a contract for 15%, which I don't think anybody's seen to date, correct?
He hasn't.
That hasn't? He's admitted it, and then how long, when was our original request for documentation?
It was in October of 24.
Okay, so a year has gone by and we haven't seen that. So right now, we are in the phase of this. Is there any other pending?
Let me allow Mr. Jesus Christ. Abity to make his closing if he has one.
Okay, well, sure you don't want to let him finish?
I think he was.
I thought we were ready to do something.
Yeah.
We were, but then I got to be
enough.
fair, guys. I'm so sorry that I'm here.
Okay,
too.
all right. Just
Mr. Abity, keep it brief, and I really mean that now.
I'm going to
'cause-
keep it really focused. Okay?
No, 3 minutes.
First of all, on this issue with the other permits with Mr. Babb. Mr. Babb is performing a clerical function. You're not required to have a license to do that. He pulled permits in the proper name of the contractor where there were contracts with Mr. Bourgeois. So that's not a violation of anything. All right. So second of all, I think that the testimony is clear. Guidry's a liar, and anything Guidry says that he was authorized to get a permit under Bourgeois' name is just another one of his lies. There's the only testimony before the board is that he was not authorized to get that permit on Miss Lindsley's property. So, I will just tell you this permit stuff is not sufficient to convict because it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt because this is quasi-criminal according to your own lawyers. Now,
Not in our opinion, but go ahead.
the issues with the documents. I'll tell you what, we can have Mr. Bourgeois testify right now under oath that he doesn't have any other documents. He gave y'all everything he had. He even supplemented those documents that he provided on the 24th with a second delivery of documents, which is part F of your exhibit packet. So he wasn't the contractor on the job until September 11th. He doesn't have any documents or anything before that except the bid that he did that Guidry took and pirated and used to get his own contract and cut out Bourgeois. Guidry's a scammer, okay? And Mr. Bourgeois got caught up in the same scam that Miss Lindsley did. So you got a contract now that says $497,000 on the September 11th contract. But the problem is, we don't know if Guidry shuffled the papers and gave $497 to one person and 15% to the other person and wound up just hiding all this stuff because he didn't do anything honestly and he didn't pay anything. So I will just tell you, this is a mess. And personally, I just can't understand why Shane Guidry is not here in front of the board because
Well, that's another case.
it needs to be another case, but they said they didn't charge him. So I will just tell you, charge him. Let Mr. Bourgeois come in and testify against him. I think this is open and shut on that. But I'm going to tell you, if it'll make the board feel better, ask him under oath right now if he's got any other documents.
Well, he's already stated, Mr. Abity, he's already
Do you
stated
have a
that he's got
submission to
another
the board,
document.
Mr. Abity, as to your client?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a submission to the board? Do you want them to find him innocent or guilty? Like, can we wrap it up?
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Well, so
wrap it up.
just let me just say one more thing, okay? I've heard this argument that he did not say he doesn't have any more documents. That's not what Rule 129 requires. That's not what the request requires. It says, give us what you have. It doesn't say, tell us what you don't have. Okay. Other than that, I will just tell you, I think that Mr. Bourgeois is caught up in a mess, but I think that he should be found not guilty of these two particular charges. Just these two charges, that's all we're here on today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Counsel, is there any other litigation that we got to be concerned with outside of this right now? With any case that
this affects with his, the charge of A11, the ability related to ability of contracting at this point in time.
No, the only case that currently exists is that Mr. Aberdeen, on behalf of Mr. Bourgeois, filed a federal court claim related to his suspension of his license for failure to produce records.
Okay.
And so that's the only thing that I know that's out there pending. If there has been another lawsuit filed, Mr. Aberdeen might be able to tell you, but I don't know of any other lawsuit. And yeah, as it relates to Mr. Bourgeois.
Okay.
The only thing I know of is I was told by an assistant DA in Lafourche Parish that Ms. Lindsley's filing a lawsuit against Shane Guidry, a civil suit. That's the only other thing I know of.
So,
Mr. Chairman, I would ask the attorney
Mr.
to
Lambert.
tell us what you want us to do. What
Oh no! You do what you want to do.
I think
My position is, and as I stated, I feel that the evidence shows and supports that he was guilty and violated the statute as alleged, and that's what our position is.
yeah, I think we're ready to make a motion at this point in time.
I move to find him guilty.
Second, Meredith.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? My only discussion is, before we vote on this, by his own testimony, he stated that there was a contract. He has another one. And due to his duress, he didn't provide that at the time. But we're now several months beyond that. So we've had plenty of time.
In the penalty phase,
We got to vote on this, though.
Okay.
I just want to discuss. Any more discussion on this? We got to vote of guilty. All right. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right.
Penalty phase. I move for $1,000 court costs, $5,000 penalty, but also move that the construction license remains suspended until all documents and/or information is submitted, reviewed, and deemed acceptable.
Second, Meredith.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
So, can I get a little clarification, please, sir? You said it's suspended until he provides additional documentation that he has and deemed acceptable. Who deems it acceptable and who
The people that
reinstates
he's
it?
turning into, he needs to provide, and you can take that up with them. When you walk out, they'll walk you through it step by step. But
Okay.
the information hasn't been provided, and it needs to be, and they need to come back and tell us it's acceptable.
Okay, so
I
once he provides whatever he's got,
thought I was extremely clear. I'm not good at repeating myself.
I'm just trying to
Thank
make
you.
sure that we understand because we want to comply.
We want you to as well. Thank you.
Good day.
Check with staff, and we'll give you that documentation. All right.
Next case.
Thank you. Next case.
Number 13.
13.
Amelia Diaz Garcia Chavez, doing business as C&D Concrete Construction. Are any representatives present?
Wait, which one is this?
Let the record reflect, no representatives present.
Hold on. Wait, what case?
That was you. Amelia Diaz. Amelia Diaz Garcia Chavez, doing business as CNG Concrete Construction of Houston, Texas, is before you today for consideration of an alleged violation for acting as a contractor to perform work without possessing a Louisiana State Contractor's License at H&E Equipment Project in Port Allen, Louisiana.
Hold on a second.
Call Clay Rivas.
Mr. Rivas has been sworn.
Mr. Rivas, in front of you, exhibits number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Were they prepared in the regular and ordinary course of business of the License Board for Contractors?
Council, we've got one emergency up here. Ms. Howard, what do we need for a quorum? We need 10 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. If these two go, we're good. All right. I just want to make sure everybody understands that. All right. Good. Thank you, gentlemen.
We're good to start. Just become more valuable.
Yeah. You guys get overtime pay.
I'll repeat the answer, sir. Yes, sir.
We submit those exhibits into the record.
Exhibits are admitted.
According to the documents, it appears that Alma was provided with notice of this hearing and its violations by certified mail
and also by email. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And according to the documents, it also shows that Alma Delia Garcia Chavez entered into an agreement to perform concrete work on a commercial project. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And did not possess licensing with this board to perform that commercial work. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the total amount was $137,408.36. Is that correct?
I believe so, sir. Let me just confirm. Yes, sir.
We submit to the board that Alma Delia Garcia Chavez, doing business as C&G Concrete Construction, is in violation of Louisiana Contractors Licensing Laws for failure to possess necessary commercial license with this board and performing work on a commercial project in the total amount of $137,408.36. And ask that you find them guilty of the violation, issue the appropriate fines and costs.
What are the wishes of the board?
Move to find guilty.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Tillage, second by Ms. Brown. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Move for court costs plus max fine.
Max fine plus court costs. Have a motion.
Conan.
We have a second, Mr. Condon. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thanks. Rehearing request.
Do we have people here for the rehearing?
No, it's an appeal of a recommendation for denial.
Okay, is that Brossett? Is that
Either
the
way, you
first
have
one?
people here. So
Yeah, can we move them forward? Charles Bradford Brossett, can we move that case forward?
What case is that?
J appeals.
Okay. All right. Great.
What item is it on the agenda?
J.
It's item J.
Charles Bradford. Qualifying party application.
Okay.
This is for Puro Clean of Shreveport LLC, is that right? Or is it just for Charles Bradford?
It's both.
Both.
Yes, it's for both.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's really just Pure Clean.
well, one for the company and then to add him as QP.
Qualifying.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's for the license application and for him to be added as a QP to the company. But you have a different QP, right?
Right, we've withdrawn the request for him to be the QP. We
Okay,
have
so-
a replacement qualifying.
Okay. Then we can dismiss that portion of the claim
Okay.
of him being a QP, which would be directly Mr. Charles Bradford Brossett.
That's close.
And so we'd only be going with Puro Clean. What's that file number?
There's no file number for
You don't have a
denial.
file number for that one?
Recommendation of denial.
Okay.
No, sir.
Okay.
What action is required by the board, Counselor?
The action is that Puro Clean applied for a license.
Right.
And it was denied because of issues involving the qualifying party, which was Mr. Brossett.
Yeah.
He has since withdrawn his process to be the qualifying party, and they've submitted a new qualifying party. So what they're before you for is to whether or not you will issue them a license with the new qualifying party.
And it's the opinion of the staff that not the opinion, fact, that he meets the qualifications as a qualifying party.
I think he's already taken the test. He is already a qualifying party. He has qualifying party status for the license that they have issued,
But he's applied.
that they're requesting.
All right.
Okay. Are we ready?
We are not.
Well-
Can Mr. Beavers address that?
Yes, Mr. Beavers. Speak into the microphone, if you would.
The issue stems from an investigation that the DEQ initiated along with us into the obtaining of a certain certification from DEQ, and it was fraudulently obtained, according to them, which resulted in several individuals being arrested by DEQ. And the cases were later handled, I want to say, through diversion in, was the 19th Judicial, I think, later, because it's in Shreveport where it occurred. So we are aware of the facts of how the asbestos certification was obtained. Was it asbestos or how it was obtained fraudulently, regardless of the fact that the case has been handled through diversion. So knowing those facts, we could not proceed and allow him to be the qualifying party just knowing those, as well as if he's a principal of the company. And DEQ did move forward with revoking the asbestos contractor supervisor credential that we need for that. But he's applying to be commercial not asbestos, but to be a licensed commercial contractor for building.
Yes.
So we just need the board to determine whether or not they approve or override the recommendation of denial based on the facts that from the investigation by DEQ and us.
So the board is clear. Staff is put in a position where they have to make some determinations when they receive these applications, and in this
Right.
particular case, they've made a determination. They have appealed the determination, and Mr. Tripp Hawthorne's come here as their representing attorney, and we just want, before any license gets issued where there is an issue like this, we would rather the board make that determination after a review than us just staff doing it on its own. And so that's the reason that we're here.
Yeah. Basically, just give them a chance to
And Mr. Hawthorne's here to explain it, but anyway, we have the case before you right now for that determination as to whether or not you're going to issue them a commercial license or not.
And he's still a principal to the company, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's the only issue now, not being a QP, but he's a principal to the company.
All right.
And he's
Mr. Hawthorne?
yes.
Mr. Hawthorne, can you make your appearance?
Yes, Trip Hawthorne, Keen Miller for Puro Clean. I'm happy to give as much background and explanation as the board and the vice chairman would desire at this point. I'm also happy to read the room and hush. But if there is a desire to understand more about the background, we're happy to provide that.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say this, if there's a little bit of time needed by staff, or do you feel like, I mean, you good to go?
I'm sorry, my answer was I think you're good to go to proceed with your
Right.
Sean has the information on the case.
I may be able to help you with that. The investigation did result in charges by us. This is the application that is being held up in the recommendation. The case itself will come before you on January.
Okay.
If you want to, you'll be able to have a chance to hear this again, but it'll be about the actual.
So is there any other classification that can be proceeded with, or is there anything, what are we, you know?
Are they asking for the commercial license right now, Tripp?
Commercial, residential, and
Commercial,
mold.
not asbestos.
Not asbestos.
Correct.
Okay, and so the issue that involved asbestos, and Tripp can provide you with an explanation of what they think is a mitigating factor. But let me just get Leanne just on the record because she did the denial. Okay.
Yeah. No, she didn't.
No,
Who did the
she
denial?
was transferred to the director of licensing after the fact.
Right.
Okay. Well, so the denial occurred before. So anyway, she did a denial. Let me just get on the record why it occurred. Okay. And so then Tripp can explain, and then we can move forward.
Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Leanne, can you explain why there was initial denial as quickly as you can?
Okay. It's my understanding there's a bill of information, which is Exhibit 3A, and it lists that Mr. Charles Brissett was charged with 4 counts of violating willful and knowingly made false statements, representations, or certifications in any form, application, record, label, manifest, report, plan, or other document filed or required to be maintained. He completed a pretrial diversion program, and then the charges were not pursued at that time. And then subsequent to that, DEQ did revoke his asbestos license with them.
And it was based on that pretrial? I mean, it was based on that case, so.
That's my understanding.
All right.
And so the charges were dismissed. He did a pretrial diversion, and the charges were dismissed. But DEQ did have an issue with how this asbestos license was applied for, and so I think Tripp can explain where he is with DEQ right now on that issue. But they are not trying to get an asbestos license.
Right. That they still got to get DEQ for that.
Right.
Okay.
We understand that. So Trip Hawthorne, I think maybe the best, frankly, would be for Mr. Brissett to briefly explain what happened. So if he could be placed under oath.
Yep.
Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Can you speak into the microphone?
Yeah, absolutely. Brad Brose. So I was registered to take the training class down here in Baton Rouge with ACIS, I believe so, with the asbestos supervisor license. I had already become the qualifying party, had my commercial license, so I was trying to get that sub-classification. When I did mention it to an industrial hygienist that we work with a lot up in Shreveport with restoration, we get one of few contractors actually get stuff tested to make sure it's not,
And so when I reached out to him and told him, just kind of shooting the breeze or whatever, he's like, "Oh, I can do that training for you. Y'all come over here in class or whatever, and we'll get you taken care of." And I'm like, "Well, great. I ain't got to go to Baton Rouge for a week. Saves me a lot of time and money. And you mind if I bring 3 of my employees over and we can get everybody certified as supervisors on these asbestos jobs?" And so he's like, "No, come on." And so we get in there, and lo and behold, we do what's supposed to be and I didn't know we were doing such a quick course on it or whatever. And I do take responsibility, not blaming him, because I knew something wasn't right, and I should have spoke up and said something I didn't. So we get in there and we go through the test and take the exam in about 2 to 3 hours. And he's like, "Hey, hold this till Monday, don't send it in." Monday of the following week. So we wait, and I send everything in, and that's where DEQ, through the investigation, found out that we didn't take the proper training course. And once I was notified by DEQ, I did go back out and try to rectify the situation as quickly as possible. I signed back up for the class here in Baton Rouge with ACIS, I believe is the company, and I actually attended that class in hopes of, trying to rectify this any way possible. Completed that class, got the certification, and then we actually, because of the communication, had done a self-inflicted suspension for asbestos at that time and point. I didn't actually get the letter from DEQ until August 25th of this year, so almost a year later, but we had already self-imposed that suspension. And so that's where we're kind of standing right now. I did the pretrial diversion, and I take responsibility not to pass the blame on, Mr. Kennan that did the testing, because I knew something wasn't right and didn't say anything.
So what the board has before you, there was a commercial license application for a new entity. Mr. Brose has set up a new company for naming purposes. It matches a franchise that he holds in Shreveport. And so it was a new application. When this came up, it was denied on this basis. So we found Mr. Landry was sitting behind me, is an employee of the company. He has done all the trade exams. He's passed what we think he needs to do to be a QP. And so we would just like for this commercial non-asbestos license to issue so that so they can keep doing some work, do some new work. And we'll be back in January, I believe, is when the administrative hearing is scheduled for the administrative aspect of the application that was made to DEQ.
Mr. Calvin?
I'd like to move to allow them to qualify for it.
Can we hold 1 second?
No.
We're just trying to find out, are you, I know you applied for commercial, mold remediation, and residential. Are you asking for the mold as well or not?
I would love to, because the whole purpose of this was I had it set up like most franchises do, Brose Investments, doing business as Pure Clean of Shreveport, right? And when we found out from the investigation at the end of 24 that it wasn't right, we tried to correct that and rectify it as quickly as possible. So I went out with Secretary of State. I got Pure Clean of Shreveport. Well, I had to get permission from the franchisor to use their name first.
So then, all I need to know is your QP qualified for those 3?
No. So
just a commercial.
So just the commercial. So then we're going to run into the issue where if I'm doing a commercial job, I got to get Pure Clean Shreveport LLC signed contract. And then if we're still going to do the mold and the residential, I'd have to get that under Brose Investments because they're licensed.
But I don't think that's before the board here.
No, but
It's not applied for those classifications for this application.
I think what's before the board today, either we allow them to move forward with the commercial license only, or we wait until January until this is disposed of properly. And that's, I mean, we did have a motion.
I've got one question before the motion. I recall a Pure Clean of Shreveport or Bossier just here recently. Is unrelated?
That was this.
there are other cases that are coming before the board that are from that area.
Yeah. Okay, but unrelated franchise from what's occurred here from last month or month before last.
I would have to go back and look because I know 3 or 4 then in that area have various companies. Pure Clean, Shreveport, Pure Clean, Bossier, Rossett Investments. There's a handful of other companies that him and a couple other individuals.
Is this a brand new entity with no experience?
PureClean, I believe.
What's being applied for?
Yes.
Brand new, no experience.
Correct. In fact,
Okay.
it's been so long, I got to redo my
Have you
annual
been
file.
violated? Have you had a violation in your previous business other than the issue with the DEQ?
I do have a pending charge in Bossier City from a customer who filed a false police report.
Licensing.
Licensing.
This month.
No. Okay. There's no. Right.
Yeah, we were going to wait and see how the case was disposed of before we brought that one.
Yeah, we can.
Or if anything has to be brought.
Okay.
We can always deal with something at that point. So a motion to allow.
Restore his commercial license.
Or to issue.
Go in second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. I
Thank
do
you.
have one just quick question that may save some time. Mr. Brose has an individual license that has a mold classification attached to it, which will be coming up for renewal in December. I don't know if there will be an issue with the renewal of that individual license in December. There's any guidance the board can
DEQ?
share, or maybe we just need to deal with it as it comes.
You said for mold.
I think it's mold.
Mold isn't handled by DEQ.
Yeah, it's
It's this
again,
board. It
we're
would be
going
this renewal.
I think some things will change, but
If the board's decision today will allow him to move forward on his other licenses, as long as it relates to this thing.
yeah, and I would say that would be the position if the DEQ allows that. If you get your certifications from DEQ,
But for the mold, which is not, that's a separate thing.
Mold doesn't have DEQ requirements. Mold does not have DEQ.
oh, the mold does not have DEQ. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No.
I think what we're trying to get just clarification that he can, as long as there's no other charges, and it's only related to this DEQ case, that anything he's a part of, the renewal process or applications can be processed and not held up because of this one thing.
And I think the motion is okay as it stands now, and I don't think we have an issue.
Commercial license back, I think the board has to deal
What-
with all that stuff.
Yeah,
They have to
but-
follow whatever the rules are.
But if the staff feels there's a reason to hold up on that, we can address that in December.
We're good, then we're good then.
All right,
Thank you.
good deal.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, thank you. All right, are we going back to,
G.
we have no
rehearing
rehearings, right?
request.
What else?
G, rehearing request.
Okay, G, rehearing.
Staff requests the following cases be granted for rehearing and their settlement offers be considered for approval. Number 1, Gardner Construction LLC, case number 2024-1237-01. Note all settlements offers include a no contest plea to the violation. They are offering a $1,000 fine and a $1,000 admin cost.
Go ahead and read all three.
Go ahead and read all three and we'll make
Number
one
2,
motion.
Garden Construction LLC, 2024-019501. All settlement offers include a no contest plea in the violation. They're offering a $1,000 fine and a $1,000 admin cost. DTV Enterprises LLC, 2021-2079. All settlement offers include a no contest plea to the violation. They are offering a $2,500 fine and a $1,000 admin cost.
And we would like to go ahead and offer and introduce the exhibit packets for those three into the record.
Exhibits are admitted.
And we submit the settlement offer and first you're going to have to agree to the rehearing,
Yeah.
and then you're going to have to decide on the settlement.
Motion to rehear, Mr. Lambert?
Yes.
We have a motion and a second by Mr. Tillage to rehear. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Lambert,
And
like to accept?
the other three people.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Lambert, second by Mr. Tillage to accept. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right. H.
You or her?
I can read them all. So on H, on new cases, again, we have settlement offers, and I'm going to offer and introduce the file packets to each one of these, and then submit to you the settlement offers. Burns Mechanical Contractor, Inc., 2024-1566-01. A $1,000 fine and $1,000 administrative costs. Joseph Dean, doing business as Ajax Electric Service LLC, 2025-0700-02. No contest plea and a settlement offer of $1,000 and $1,000. DTV Enterprises LLC, 2024-1421-01. No contest plea, offer of $2,500 fine, $1,000 cost.
Construction by A&B LLC 2024-0924-01. No contest plea and an offer of $1,000 and $1,000. Absolute Granite Flooring LLC, case numbers 2025-1066-02, 2025-1073-02, 2025-1076-02, and case number 2025-1079-02. They are pleading a no contest plea on all of these and offering a $1,000 administrative cost on each individual case. And then American Signal Corporation, 2024-0060-03, a no contest plea, $1,000 fine, and $1,000 administrative cost. We'll offer all of those exhibits into the record
Exhibits are admitted.
and submit the settlement offer for consideration.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Motion to accept.
I'll read them for you, too.
Aye. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. All right.
On the statutory citations, we're going to also introduce all of those exhibits into the record, and have they been paid?
Yes.
Okay. And it appears that they have all been paid. However, we're going to go with this Lamp Property and Development LLC 2024-0165-01, Lamp Design and Build LLC 2024-0165-04, AirTech Services Inc. 2024-1566-04, Roy Bailey Construction Inc. 2025-0813-01, Strohmeyer Glass Inc. 2024-1396-03, Osbond Electric LLC 2024-1468-03, Ryder and Ryder Ltd. 2023-1316-01, Bosco Oilfield Services LLC 2025-0811-01, and Global Plumbing Repairs LLC 2025-0694-01. We introduced the packets for those, the exhibit packets for those into the record.
Exhibits are admitted.
And ask that you approve the statutory citations.
Move to accept.
Till the second.
Motion and a second to accept. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are we ready for exemptions?
All right.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Based on the
Next.
committee's recommendation, after consideration of the applications for exemption of exam, I move that the exemptions be approved as follows. Luke Bailout, qualifying party for heavy construction. Edward Dorsey for residential. James Spine, adding classification for highway, street, and bridge. Noah Garcia, qualifying party for residential. Steve Love, highway, street, and bridge. And Daniel McCanny be approved for residential only.
Do you have Scott Andre on there, or did we pass on him this
Nope.
morning?
No.
I didn't.
Okay.
No, we passed on.
Okay.
You didn't say
Correct
anything
that.
about Scott.
I just read what was in front of me.
Okay.
I believe they did not, I don't think they moved forward with him for a recommendation, Mr. Lambert. We'll check on that and let him know.
No, it
Mo-
doesn't matter to me.
No, I understand.
No. Motion and a second. A second. All right. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried.
Mr. Clue, there's another order of business, if we could, real quick.
Okay, sure.
We had two last-minute packets, if you will, that were reviewed by the exemption committee. As they're not on the agenda the way I believe it should be handled, you have to accept the ability to put them on record by a motion of the board.
We need a motion to add to the
So
agenda.
moved.
Motion and a second to add.
For clarity of the motion, it would be to review the applications for exemption for Jason Trent Clark, requesting a residential waiver, and a John Nixon, also for residential. Mr. Tillage, I think it's more for you to say to me, but the board or the review committee did review these this morning, and if I'm not mistaken, your recommendation is to move forth with
It was a recommendation
granting
of the
granting of the
committee.
exemptions for both. So if you will vote on that, we will be wrapped up.
It was a recommendation of the committee to move forward on those two.
Condon, second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. All right.
Good. I can knock out your board or your reports real quick.
Yep,
Mr.
please.
Bordelon has apparently departed the premises. He reviewed the financials as were sent to you, gentlemen and ladies, earlier in the week. Financial position is still as strong as it's been. You're welcome. Staff reports where we're still staffing. Ms. Brown, I hope you can stay awake for your trip home. We apologize for the length of the hearings today, but sometimes business needs to be handled, ladies and gentlemen. And if you could approve the board's